Hello, folks. Hopefully, that is us all up and rolling. I don't have chat on here because I am currently live from the basement trying to make things work. I'm a little alarmed about the bitrate, but so be it. We'll do what we can. In fact, let's see if we can up that while we're here. Also aware that currently can't log in on Huya. So might end up being slightly dubious. Need to up this. That should help a little bit there. The bitrate was very low for whatever reason. It is no longer very low, which should hopefully stabilize things somewhat. Apologies for being a little delayed here. I was getting things set up on my end. I had stuff set up already by the looks of it, but some of it was just a bit outdated, so it needed fixing. But it is now all there, which is good news. I have limited control here, but we should all be up and rolling. Let me know, how's audio sounding? We sounding about right there? So I've been, so it'll be just me today. Alex taking the day off because obviously I had the full shift over the weekend, but it just means I'm streaming from my own end here on from my laptop and stuff. So it should be okay so far. Let me know if there's any notes. I'm just gonna go get myself my coffee. So I'll be right back. I'll leave you with the intros, and I'll be returning shortly with a coffee to work with. But let me know if there's any notes. We've got the quality as high as we can go here on the clean feed. Unfortunately, I can't log in on Huya right now. So this is just kind of what we got. So the quality might be more like 720 than 1080 today, which is a bit annoying, but so be it.
Air 呀，开局吗？为 Air 开一局，操作零负担，状态轻松 on Air。Sky Motor 手机电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品，战马能量型维生素饮料，醒神好喝，当然战马。奥风电竞椅，职业战队的选择，想赢做奥风。京东 Gaming， 嘎啦，小徐，俊佳，红 Q， Vampire。
Well, folks, I got coffee. I got JDG entering the stage. And EDG and Weibo indeed are switching junglers. It's a whole wild, wild world out there. Folks, can you just do me a favor and double check to see whether YouTube is on? So the feed should be sending, but I have no idea if it's working properly or not. Okay, while I'm here as well, I'm going to have a quick cam and this, actually. I group you? How do I group you? Is there not a hotkey for that? Okay, so there's just no hotkey for it. We color this as well when I can. Yeah, with JDG's recent form, you think LGD have a shot? I am completely with you. I think if LGD had an angle to take down a big scalp, it's today. I think they've been taking games. I think they've been pushing a lot of teams. They've gotten a number of game wins, just not the full series wins in a way I think they would be hoping for. But again, for a team that has stepped up from Nirvana, I think they have been the hottest ticket there. Showing the wrong game titles. I will see if I can adjust that. Don't know whether I can, actually. Can I? Why is this only streaming 720? That's really annoying. Okay, 1 second, guys. I need to do... Okay, I might need to restart things briefly because the quality's wrong. Give me 2 seconds, guys. Right, there'll be a quick restart while I adjust things because for whatever reason, we are stuck at some weird bit rates. 1 second. Okay, that should do it. That should do it. I'm hoping. There we go. That should do it. Took a little bit of sorting, but we are there. Let me go see if I can adjust some titles while I'm here. At the very least, Katari, do you have power to adjust YouTube? Do you mind adjusting YouTube for me? Because I'm going to see whether I can do the same here on... on Twitch. I'm hoping I have that power here. Can I adjust the title? Can't wait to see JDG swap top esports. Hell yeah. There we go, it's back. Yeah, took a second, guys. Yeah, just basically, for whatever reason, my output was on a weird scaling thing, which it should never have been on. But anyway, it's sorted. It's now at a reasonable frame rate and stuff. Yeah, it was sending out at 720, 30 FPS, and I don't know why. I'm assuming because it got adjusted with an update or something. I'm not streamed off my laptop in a minute. Don't have the power to adjust YouTube on that one. Okay, I can only moderate the chat there. Copy, copy, copy. See whether I can do the same here on Twitch or not. Well, we are in the draft anyway. So we'll adjust it after this if we can, once we get into game. So, JDG over on... Oh, it's a little bit overblown, isn't it? 1 second, I need to shrink this in a little. There we go. That should do it. And then move this up. There we go. Still a little bit over on the other side, isn't it? Oh, my days. Hang on. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, cool. Cool. Right, there we are. Okay, Jace, Syndra, Ori. double mid lane, and a flex. Plus on the other side, the Ezreal away from the likes of JDG. That's just that last little part. And Gala, of course, the Poppy and the Nocturne as well. Does look like Heng might be looking to go towards an Nefiri. He's having a great showing, actually. Heng's had a few really good carry games. Nymaera looks different today. It's because it's Initialise. Hello there. Solo casting this one, as we are shy. Nymaera today is taking the day off, which is completely reasonable. It should actually allow me to see the damn thing a bit better. There we go. Shen locked in as well. Has really risen in priority. Challenge to Mayan. Thanks, Alex. Appreciate you. Yeah, I was trying to do it on mobile. Didn't seem like I had that power. Not going to lie. Don't worry about it now, Al. But at some point, might be worth a consideration about giving me or a couple other mods the ability to change title names as moderators, which I don't think I have the power to do as it stands. I might be wrong. Debating an Akali here are LGD for Tangyuan, who's having a really, really good showing. This is a guy who's been a scrim god for forever, who has had moments but never consistency. He's never really had a good team and has often really failed to get the ball rolling in real stage games. Here with the Akali, here with the Shen, and the Nefiri backing them up, has got a really good angle to take down some very squishy members from JDG in the grand scheme of things. I grant you the Cassiopeia, not the most fun to dive into with that petrifying gaze, but the Jarvan, the Rumble, they'll get some HP, they'll get a bit of bruiseriness, but they are very much targets still to be blown up. I'm expecting these fights to be very, very bloody. LGD are going to want to blow up their main target very fast and look for the resets from there from JDG. Much more about that team fight angle. Jarvan Cassio is a really nasty combo because you lock everyone inside the Cataclysm with the Miasma, and hell, even maybe a Petrifying Gaze if you really feel like it. Add in an Equalizer, and you have the spiciest hot pot of all time. Finally, some real league, yes. That's fine. Appreciate you out. It might be just I can't do it on mobile or whatever, which is always a possibility. Is that going to be fixed? I hope so. It's off my setup, so let me know. I think I've got the volumes about right, but just let me know. Thank you, Alex. Everyone say thank you, Alex, in chat. Wino Tree? What do you mean, Wino Tree? Oh, no, Maokai. Oh. Did Maokai get banned or something? No, it's not. The Ambassador. And the Ziggs getting banned away by JDG. Just sorting out a couple things in the back. I do need to lock into draft here a little bit more. And on the other side, the Lulu, interestingly, away from Vampire, alongside the Caitlyn double pressure lane options, really, which I think Gala and Vampire, when JDG have looked at their best, have often been on lanes with a lot of shove in particular. Can still look to make that up with something like a Corki, should they so choose, and may well decide that is the way forwards. Maokai or region ban. There must be some... I see now. Yeah, you're right. There is a Maokai global ban, which I'm assuming is to do with bugs that are in the code right now. We'll see what that is. Corki Alistair. Fine. Vampire can go diving away. Corki's also relatively good at running away from people, trying to get on top of them with the Valkyrie. Could also go something like the Black Cleaver build this game to try and stay a little bit more healthy, should they so choose. Not sure what that'll be a necessity. They're going to go for the Lucian bot lane. Can be pretty annoying for the Alistar because you can dodge away from bits and pieces. You've got the Shen, so who can leave the Lucian well alone, can also shield the Lucian up and allows you a little bit more target access as an AD carry. You're a little limited on CC here at RLGD. Great target access. You can get onto someone. Holding them in place is limited. You've got a Dark Procession and a Shadow Dash. That's your CC. Your CC is dead. That's the plan. It is very much a skirmish comp. It's very much we've all brought loads of damage, we're going to blow you up kind of comp. It does mean, though, that if they are in a position where they really, really, really need to lock someone down, it's going to be a lot harder. Or if they fall far enough behind that they aren't killing the first target, the lack of CC will hurt. JDG, good skirmishing, it's good team fighting, particularly if they get into the river first. You can gatekeep really well with Cassio, Alistair, Jarvan, and skirmish. Well, you still got strong lanes. I think JDG have got the more well-rounded comp there. They've got to be a little bit afraid of that mid-jungle snowballing, but I think JDG have got, on average, the more consistent comp for my money. All right. That gets run off. If anyone's got the power to run some ads, please do so. Might actually have that power here. I do indeed. Possibly not. Let me just close Twitch and have a look again. Do I have the power? Listening to these briefly. Should have on the dashboard. Yeah, I don't know whether I do. Can I add one? No, I don't. That's odd. Very annoying. Currently can't run ads. I can do everything else. I've literally got all the quick actions available. Maybe I can do it off Moobot. I don't know what the command is on Moobot, though. Tangyuan already being chunked out pretty heavily here in the early stages. Being eating a lot of those Q's and E's. Xiaoya and Crisp actually with the early shove here into Gala and Vampire, but again, the Shen early on, a little bit more obnoxious than the Alistair. Lucian as well can be pretty annoying. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to think. So I'm just trying to see what the command to run ads is. Alex was saying they had run it. We'll have a look after the game. I think at this point, I think I'm just going to stay locked in for now. Heng might be in danger here. Has managed to back out a little bit. Let me see if I can have a play with the... Ooh, he's going to be all right there. Yeah, I can't get up to this. Very annoying because I'm not logged in. Ah, well. We'll see whether we can do that another time. But for whatever reason, I have been logged out of Huya. Curses, curses. Good chunks here. That's a shuriken flip landing. Heng fighting over this scuttle crab does just about get... Actually, does he? No, Junja gets that. Good smite. Heng a little bit greedy there. Took a smite on a camp. Yeah, Honor of Kings is the mobile MOBA. It is. Very good game. Xiaoya under this turret here. Having a bad time. Tangyuan doing his best to stay up in farm here. He's done a fairly good job of it. Had to reset semi-early, but then again, so did Honkyu. Good miasma puts Tangyuan into a tricky spot. Eats a lot of Twin Fangs. But Junja up in a really good spot in this game, taking away some early advantages from Heng. Really keeping the Neferi down. It's amazing what a couple camps can do in the jungle. Whole team roamed over to make that one happen. Worth noting, actually, both our AD carries running exhaust, becoming increasingly the meta for champions like Corki, Ezreal, Lucian. More ways to win those 1v1 duels. Honkyu hit with the Shuriken flip. Don't, I think, want to dive in there. Birdall, there's a player who once upon a time was hoping to be the next great thing out of the LCK. Big Aurelia player in the top lane. Was sharing time with the likes of Doran, if memory serves. Back on GENG. Work out for him in the end, unfortunately. But here he is over in LGD. Having a pretty good start to this split. 1 and 4 might be the games or the series score, but you'll notice JDG in exactly the same spot, having a really tough time of it. Birdall does just about keep the maiden alive for a second or two longer, but will eventually fall. Probably looking for a reset here. Xiaoshu's been left really late. Both ults effectively on cooldown. Of course, the maiden dying is the bigger one. Birdall with the last rights, be able to heal up a little bit more, had some more pots in inventory. Tangyuan roaming. I am a little bit worried for Xiaoshu here. Flash, pulverize, headbutt back. That's a very vampire move. The flag and drag is there, but there's a wonderful steadfast presence, or rather, Spirit's Refuge to keep people alive. Xiaoshu now in danger. He's overheated. Really good timing from Tangyuan. As the overheat is in, Xiaoshu has no options. They get the dive. This bot side play will still be happening. Headbutt into the wall. Pulverize on both. Flag and drag across both. Chris will at least get that option down with the Spirit's Refuge, but a turret shot claims Vampire to make it a 1-for-1. And of course, it was Junja who got the kill, which gets him ahead of Heng, don't get me wrong, but for the lane at least, Scala will be looking at a only nominal gold lead of 15 gold or so, which isn't really all that meaningful. A little bit of an XP lead. But Xiaoya, grateful enough, I think, to pick up at least the 1 kill. Heng needs to be a bit careful here. Does dodge the miasma and gets out. I wonder whether he could have stuck around with the smite there. He might even still come back over on this. Tangyuan's going to get some plates mid, go back to his shuriken he left in the shroud, and go back to doing his thing. I'll never forget Birdall subbing in at Worlds and being absolutely stomped. Was that the Aurelia game? I don't know why, but it's my main memory of him all these years later. The one which was like the worst CSD at 15 or whatever ever. Yeah, I mean, it went very wrong on the Aurelia, basically. And unfortunately, when it goes wrong on a champion like that, it doesn't go wrong gracefully. Aurelia versus Fiora, that's the one. Thank you, Biohazard. Xiaoya gets exhausted, hops away, trades his culling. All in all, relatively even early game. I'll note Tangyuan getting an early bit of gold is a problem. He gets at value at, because of course he does. Heng does have that level 6 now, so the Hound's Pursuit of unavailable when he would so choose to go forwards. I will say, I do need to see Heng get involved soonish, because I want this Neferi to be a genuine threat. Otherwise, as I said, LGD, great target access, great mobility. But their threat is in that target access, not in the CC that comes with it. Might fight. First one, I believe, won by Junja. Next one's going to come on down. They both smote as well. That's really annoying. If he gets another, that would be very, very obnoxious. Does at least get one more, but I think with the smites both coming on up, this gets a bit more interesting. They're hopping over onto Junja. So Dark and Dagger should get the second. So it will still be 2-for-1. Heng happy enough with that. TFC with the Aurelia Fiora knowledge matchup. Agreed. Fiora at the level 1, very annoying, zoning off the wave. Aurelia a bit scary later on with the minions are a little bit lower, and she's got a level 2 to work with, but that's on the bounce back. TP coming on in for this Scuttle Crab. Oh my god, they want this. I'm assuming it'll also be the dragon. Yeah, the R&D going to start that up. YouTube, I know you're there, guys. Alas, I don't have the power to pull up your chat right now. So, know that I love you. Know that you're cool. Know also that I'm struggling to read you right now. Ask Qatari to pass on messages of wisdom. Bit of a chunk onto Xiaoya as Gala's got himself a fairly decent CS lead at this point. The dive has helped. Birdle looking to get a ward down on the Grump. It's a really good warding spot, that. For you top laners, if you want to check out what the jungler is, use that one. You do then have to be aware of when the mid laner can roam. But that's on you. Vampire will know that Crisp is here. Headbutt him over the wall. Made a similar grand escape the other day, remember, with that headbutt flash out. Basically that spot. It's quite cool. Good damage down onto Xiaoshu again, who hasn't had the most fun in this matchup, actually. Yorick's playing this one out well. Gonna try and get a reset off here. Can theoretically equalize the wave if necessary. I don't know whether that's still up and available. Heng is coming. Birdle's going to try and interrupt this with a Morning Mist. Yeah, there we go. Xiaoshu now use the Scrap Shield. Has to flash. Will it keep him safe? Hound's Pursuit and a flash to follow. The Darking Daggers land. There's a Shen ult on top. And they stand united to ensure Xiaoshu is falling down isolated. That's what we wanted to see. Heng gets involved. Chris burns the ult. And that'll be first turret, I would imagine, to the Yorick and the Neferi, with the lethality in Yorick being, well, Yorick. Xiaoshu, going by a number of the LPL commentators at the very least, was considered potentially a second-best top laner in the league at some points this year. Not having a great showing here in Split 3. Summer has not been kind to him. Currently down a fair whack of gold, died twice, lost his turret. Granted, it was double tower dives, but still, a bit unfortunate for the Rumble, to say the least of it all. Oh, flash, pulve. Vampire's been so aggressive with these summoner uses. It's traded again on the other side, though, and Rumble dies for a third time in trade for Xiaoya dying for a second. Well, they will at least get this turret bot side and even that up. Should bring us back to an even goal game. Can Rumble not in? Challenging, I think, at this point. I think Birdle's in a really scary spot, guys. I think he's going to get a couple more plates. He's going to back and get a Trinity Force and feel very comfortable in this game. Xiaoya sat in mid lane, getting a few autos down. Jump on forward. Xiaoya eats a lot of damage. That was a Foss bomb, by the way. Xiaoya's now really falling behind in the CS. He has struggled to pick up much of the last few waves. Gala having a really good time of it here on this Corki now. Heng's going to be here to clear up the wave best they can. There's a flag put down. Petrifying Gaze is well W'd there, calls the pack. clear out the majority of the wave. There is a taunt. Pulls Junja back under the turret, but didn't take aggro, so he'll be able to get back out again. Tanguin on the roam down. Side lane's looking good for LGD, but the bot lane is very, very much in a challenging position. Base checking in, they find Gala. The Hound's pursuit, dodges a big one, jump onto Birdle, gets trapped on top of the Equalizer. That CC chain is disgusting, and Birdle immediately gets roasted alive. Good vision control from JDG. Force LGD to come into them. Pull the trigger well onto the Yorick. Xiaoshu now able to melt that wave in the bot side. Junja can pick up a second dragon, and JDG find themselves relatively happy. LGD trying to return the favor, however, on the other side and take away this Rift Herald. Trading something of an advantage there in general, Dragon for Heralds. Good chunk down. Gala gonna eat a lot of damage there. Needs to be very aware of a potential flash E angle there from Tangyuan, actually. I wonder whether that might be a possibility. I suppose with the exhaust down, might not be a full one-shot, but still. There's a Kali with Gunblade. On level 11 at that. There comes the Herald. Mid lane turret should now fall. Does indeed. Split between a lot of members, so not exactly getting nucleated on one target. Bit of a chunk top side. Potential angle. Onto Tangyuan, who's trying to be a little bit safe here. He's got Crisp around. Crisp might end up face checking some people he'd rather not. You see everyone here now. 3v2. Good shuriken flip out of the miasma. Honq managed to pick up a fair amount of CS, about 10 or so over Tangyuan. The problem is Tangyuan, of course, with the kill. And the plate has got himself a decent gold lead. Xiaoshu's eating a lot of damage. He's dead. He is so dead. We'll equalize the wave. Flash away. The Darkin Daggers, the call of the pack to drop aggro. Birdall gets the kill. And they do bring that one down. Trying to clear out the wave in mid lane is Xiaoye, but it's unlikely to be able to do so. The turret does fall. Flash from Honq into the miasma. Birdall just about able to get away. The Dark Procession is good. Honq's still really speedy here. Don't think he'll be able to catch up there. That was the flash down. Man, he was a petrifying gaze or a twin fangs away from a kill there. I see the angle. Doesn't quite work out there. And ends up down the summoner, which is a little bit unfortunate for him. Game sound needs to go up, by the way. Okay. I can do that. Alex, we aren't logged in on Huya, by the way. Oh, it does need to go up. I had it really low here. Okay. There we go. Could have sorted that. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to. I thought we were. But the setup was from the old SRT feeds from last year, which was logged in on those. Not on the Huya app. That was how I'd had it all set up the last time. How's LGD looking? Not bad, honestly. For a team that is 1-4, they've had a few high-profile game wins, and I think this is a series that is very winnable for them, especially with JDG on a fairly significant post-international slump. Tangyuan, Birdall, Heng, all in fairly good spots in this game. Xiaoshu's been the recipient of so many attempts like this. Heng has to back away though as the Equalizer does get a lot of damage down. Flash on in. from Tangyun with a perfect execution, though, and the kill is easy as you like. This Rumble just is not having fun. Vampire goes in with the flash and therefore cancels the culling. Gala gets exhausted, but it will not matter, as an exhaust was also on top for Xiaoye. And on the other side, Birdle finds himself in a lane gank from Junja and Hongq and ends up dying as well. 2 for 1 in the grand scheme of things. At least Tangyun should be able to get a fair chunk on this top side tier 2. Game sound way too loud now. Good grief, okay. Just went to the normal volumes. Okay, maybe something like that. See how that is. How's that?
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
So this is really good from Vampire. Flash pull with the headbutt to ensure that Xiaoye's ult is cancelled. He can't wave clear. I think you just have to flash that, mate. And then Junja finds a really good ward into immediate flag and drag to catch out Birdle. And he tries to TP out and gets cancelled. Oh, man. Thought the cooldown would be long enough. It wasn't. Junja's comes off in time. Back to life we go there. Dragon happening. Out comes the culling. Dragon being chunked down, and it's an early smite. Unfortunate from Junja. Vampire now left really low as the second part of the Dark and Daggers lands, but they won't go any further in. But that sole point denied. JDG lose out on one of their win conditions. And they're going to look towards this Baron now. I think they are, you know. Oh, now this gets interesting. No Baron start, just a little bit of an attempt at some vision control. Birdle back on his split pushing shenanigans. Up about 1,000 gold on Xiaoxu, who's just having a bad time. Of course, it's the same for Xiaoye, who's also down similar amounts of gold. Gonna trade in that front. Heng will pull the pack to avoid a big one, and I think a Foss Bomb as well. Thank you, TFC, for the 12 months, by the way. That's actually a year. Birdle bonks the turret. By the way, if JDG lose to LGD, do we seriously start have questions about being asked? Who do we start replacing? It's too... I mean, the thing is, it's just post-international, though I think this current meta is currently not a great one for JDG. It asks a lot of the jungle support to be very synergized, and that's not really happening. Yeah, unfortunately, can't put Huya quality up yet. Doing that after the first game, so bear with us. Give it 10 minutes and we'll be there. It's a little annoying. Heng does call the pack, gets away from Jonju. Might still look for flag and drag. Crisp will shadow dash out. The best ult of all time. Will force Heng and Crisp out of the river at least. No idea what to do with JDG. The whole team just seems to be underperforming. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Hound's pursuit. Junja might be able to get over the wall. Oh, did a lot of damage back, but here comes the ability to turn this around with a potential Channel. Isn't needed as yet. They're going to start eviscerating and shadow dashing away. JDG here enforced. Birdle's trying to TP out again. This time he succeeds. But it means that down that potential summoner. Sanguine should be able to bonk the turret here. Does so. Shadow Flame here as well is very strong here on the Sakali. Smite fight over the Scuttle Crab. Won by Heng. Landed the Dark and Dags. Oh, Heng. Judge is actually in danger here. Does try and get on out. Has to use that flag and drag and the flash. Does get out to safety. The culling ends up being a little bit of a dulling. Shout out Shocks. Junja at 3-0-1 is in a good spot this game, actually, relatively speaking. It's just the fact that Heng has picked up a few kills of their own and also some turret play. God makes it really tricky as Junja ends up solo killed by Tangyuan. I assume Tangyuan managed to just rotate into the jungle and catch the poor Jarvan off by guard. Okay, on the dragon we go. Junja Reminder is dead. This makes things a little bit spicy. Vampire coming on over, has that celestial opposition broken. Shadow with the pick, gets the equalizer down on top of Birdo. 3, the easiest target. They do find that Shadow dash in. Now comes that Spirit's Refuge. The Pulverize comes on in. Payne gets the kill on this Xiaoxu. Vampire in a dangerous position. The Shen is also traded. Both supports down. Back to the Baron they look. Gala left very low and in a difficult position to keep on fighting as the Shuriken flip in. It's knocked up on his death blow, but Tangyuan gets that kill. Getting run at by those Twin Fangs. Should get the kill with the burn. Dodges the Noxious Blast. Still really speedy is this big old snake. Gets the Twin Fangs finally as the backstep was required, and they bring down the Akali. 2 for 2, I believe, overall. Dragon up in 10 seconds. Jungler up. We'll have to reset. Might give up Soul Point for this. Dragon fight beginning. I think LGD is going to give this one up and say, look, we got the Baron. Unfortunately, have to give it Soul Point. Well, there's the Baron. It's a good taunt. It's a good taunt into the Spirit's Refuge, and then the Petrifying Gaze can get that much value, and then Tangyuan manages to get in. Actually gets headbutted out to safety, hilariously. I think Vampire tried to interrupt the perfect execution. And then goes in trying to get Vampire, but the Pulverize, just as he dies, actually gets enough time down for Honky to just run at Tangyuan then. The flash eventually gets him in range, and he just can't keep walking away as he has to backstep the Noxious Blast. I think he was hoping to wait out a Shuriken Flip to get over the wall and couldn't. Maybe if he kept walking into the lane, might have been able to get out. I don't know. A very speedy snake at this point. Turret taken low. Quite down. Gold lead is now there properly for LGD. Game state a bit more interesting, of course, with the fact they are down that Soul Point. Scaling still good here from JDG with the likes of Cassiopeia. Still, though, I think at this point, the Yorick is getting very challenging to manage 2 levels up on Xiaoxu. There goes that tier 2. The gold just keeps falling into place. Heng also 3-0-3, 3 items. This Neferi pretty much one-shots anyone. I think even things like the Alistar, right, are only tanky relative to their ability to press the R button. I think Vampire's actually made some really cool plays this game. Involved in all but one of the kills. If they do win, it'll be off him having an MVP performance. But they really are going to need to help bring down this Neferi and Akali, who are going to be able to annihilate whoever they dare get on top of. Xiaoya has been weak side Lucian this game and has not had a lot of fun. At least 3 items, building towards the Infinity Edge, I would imagine. Nearly at the arm guard for Tangyuan. Hasn't gone towards a Medoff, but just didn't have the stacks for it, I think. About 2.5 minutes until Dragon. We'll see whether that is something we need to keep our eyes on or not. Realistically, it's going to take a hot second before we get there. Clearing out some wards. Gala's in a really good spot. I really need him to see him complete this Infinity Edge, though. Has gone from that transitionary build to get the Collector in. You're into a squishy in a composition. It's probably not the end of the world. I probably still would have preferred Hex Optics. A little lethality never hurt on the Force Bomb. Hang fighting over this red buff with Junja. JDG beginning to collapse. Petrifying Gaze lands onto Tang Yuan, but he does get the perfect execution in regardless. Vampire here to body block for his Cassiopeia. Does get the kill up the job, and he comes over the wall. It's the waiting arms of the Akali. Hang's got to stand united on top of him. The Darkened Daggers fly on through. Xiaoya gets that kill. They'll look for a Morning Mist. The Equalizer is good. The problem is everyone else is dead. Xiaoshu, even at 0 and 5, still scary. Bernal does go down, but gets a Dark Possession in regardless. They're going to have to start running away as Honshu here with the exhaust on, still gets another kill. And LGD, despite the man advantage, ended up dropping a few more kills than I think they were expecting there. Good damage there in that choke point. Shout out to Xiaoshu for helping turn that one around. And Hongqiu on this Cassiopeia continues to be a menace. We'll have a look again, because it's a 1v1 on one side between Tang Yuan and Hongqiu while this red buff play is happening. The Shuriken flip lands. Petrifying Gaze does come on in, but not before perfect execution part 1 comes on through. Goes in looking for the kill. Vampire with the Ghost on is basically able to come on over, and Junja tries to find a way out, but he's still going into the Akali. I think realistically at that point, just hold on to the flash. You aren't getting out there. Wanted to see maybe we could get last auto onto the Akali would have been low. It would have been a little bit much. Xiaoya as well. I don't know here, man. Let's have a look at this. The Equalizer is good and splits LGD up. He goes in, trying to get some damage down, and Xiaoshu just goes golden, and Hongqiu has an exhaust. That's why he steps back in to get the exhaust down for the team, but it's still just too much. He's not having a great showing here on this Lucian, it must be said. Towards the dragon we go. This would be soul for JDG. Undo a lot of sins if they can make this one happen. Gala looking for the big one. Tang Yuan also looking for the angle on him. Vampire aware of this, trying to save on out. The Culling just get a decent chunk there onto Hongqiu, but nothing super meaningful. Now into the play we go. Tang Yuan gets to dive the Shroud. It's stunned up briefly by Vampire. Hang left low, but he's going to be in range. The fight wins it. That'll be soul denied again. Cataclysm, golden moment as Chris goes down, but the rest of the team still fight for a second or two. Tang Yuan can damage that, but will eventually fall. 2-for-1 right now in favor of JDG. Make that a much more extreme advantage as they keep getting more damage down. The resets begin to fly. Tank is interrupted by a wonderful pulverize from JDG. Gala with the triple, and they can shove through mid. No soul, no problem. Vampire with an absolute stormer of a team fight. He's been having a great game. So many good interrupts, so many aggressive moves. Him and Gala have been the bright sparks across this whole game. And we'll take this advantage and run it straight down mid lane with the Nexus turrets in their eyes. And they can manage to pick up a load of these turrets and manage to blast these one down. The Nexus exposed and blown apart. LGD, despite some good proactive moves, those last couple fights just weren't it. Great damage from Hongqiu. Great playmaking from Vampire. Can't ask for too much more. That's what Alex in chat saying Cream, and I was like, wait, Cream was in the game? Got really nervous for a second. He was like, oh my days, what have I done? I was like, that's one. Well, let's sort some Huya. Indeed. Right, guys, give me 2 seconds. Okay. Turns out, tabbing out of the projector causes the stutter briefly. Very annoying. Okay, so I am going to hide that briefly, turn on the cam. Hi, guys. Just so I don't give away information I shouldn't. Okay. I am sending... Oh, really? Oh. There we go. Send it on your Discord. See if we can do this as well. Is this the command? Oh! We're in? We're in! Yes! Alex with the absolute killer moment. Beautiful. Look at that. It's all pretty now. We even run some ads. Oh, it all works. Command ads. We figured it out, guys. We figured it out. Beautiful. Not what I needed. I need to go over to this one. Right. Folks, we're running some ads. I'm going to get my coffee refilled. Go and have your day off, pal. Thanks for helping out there a little bit. So basically, I had actually got things set up, but it was for the old setup, with the old way the clean feeds worked, which was via SRT feeds, which they don't do anymore. So all of the setup was for naught, and my old stream key didn't work anymore. So all the things that were set up were actually out of date, which was a little annoying. So shout out to Alex for coming and rescuing at the back end of that. They're the real MVP. Not a problem, Alex. Go have some fun. Okay. I am going to get the Spotify rolling is what I need to do. Whoa! Hello, PC. Not happy with that. Loading Spotify is apparently too much for the PC. That's a little bit alarming. Stop that. That isn't you, that is me. I'm gonna mute that briefly, and then go to this, and then go, Diana Sessions. There we go. Okay. I will return with some coffee. And I will return shortly. Let me add some text. Do it that way. That's very large. That's extremely large. Why are we so... I get that a lot, but come on, guys. Put that up here. There we go. Okay, cool. Okay. Back shortly. Tell me who the MVP was. Hello, folks. Hello, hello, hello. Right. How are we all doing? We all alive out there? Give me 2 seconds. If you're wondering what I'm doing in the background, it's my Genshin dailies. I'm not even lying. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm here for. It's what I go to school for. Taking the break to do it. No, oh god, my ping has dropped to 999, which is not a fantastic, it's not a great number for gaming. I need the ping to be more like 30, 15, something like that. Currently incapable of changing characters. It's a bit problematic. Oh, fan things. Wait. Can I pause the music here? Think. We have done that there. Good. That works. That's good to know. That hotkey works. I need a hotkey for unmute. Oh, come on, Huya. There we go.
大家猜英雄，我会让现场的朋友，我们身旁的朋友，如果你们知道答案的话，可以大声的把答案说出来。我最先捕捉到谁的声音，那么就是谁能够率先抢答。不过这一轮呢，我们每个人需要回答对2小题才能够拿到我们的礼物。
This will be the usual.
请看第1题。
Oh, this will be Lilia.
莉莉娅回答正确，但是你还需要回答对第2题，好吗？勇气亲们，你觉得这道题难吗？
Bring us the next one.
很简单，对吧 ？OK， 今天可以看到你手上也拿了2个这个京东加油 ！OK， 给京东加油的第1题已经回答正确了，看看你的第2题能否继续回答正确，请看题。这是谁？哇，声音很大，很统一啊。OK， 那么你将获得由不凡玩品提供的限定小卡。Indeed.
Come on, keep going.
那接下来再给你一个机会，给你今天支持的队伍和选手加油说句话。
京东加油，陈伟加油。
你刚刚抢答的时候声音那么大，怎么加油的声音这么小？
Come on, give us some more energy, girl. I know you're nervous. I get it, but it's an intimidating group.
OK， 这是我们今天第1位啊。 大声的、热情的呐喊出了你的加油助威。接下来我们来第2位，看看谁能够回答正确。请看下一题。好，这是谁？谁先抢答？有一点点难度哦。听一下有没有谁抢答了？
进
是否正确的？你从他哪里看出来是进？
Oh, that's a good question. Is that raw?
一个是正面照的，
Was it
那个
Jin?
是后面的镜子。
啊，对不对呢？让我们一起来看一下答案。
It is Jin. Okay, I was Jin. Okay, I got it right. I had to second guess that.
你是都看出来了吗？
看不出来。
完全看不出来，对吧？我今天看题的时候我也懵了一下。你平时是玩什么位置的？
我平常中路玩的比较多一些。
哦，但是没想到你对他还有点反应，对吧？
啊，对对对。
你是第一个率先说出他的人来。OK， 那接下来你
That
觉得这挺
shoulder
难吗？
thing always gets me.
有一些难度。
有一些难度。我们这现场我们有几十个人在这儿，就你
The
第一个
Phantom
说出
of
来
the
的，非常认可，
Opera
绝妹
has only 4 shots.
哎，
啊
From
耳边声音很多，
That's
要不要相信他们呢？
stand behind, bro.
哎，不聋。
OK， 那个大家都在说了啊，这个不是都
那个是头，那个小的是头。
哦，看出来了是吧？右边那是头，来一起看看正确答案对不对呢
They do put the mics very loud, don't they? The handheld mics come with a lot of growl on them that they probably should.
联名
But I wonder whether that's just a Chinese preference
恭喜
thing.
哇，今天这个猜猜我是谁的第一环节呢就告一段落了。那当然了，你也可以喊出你的加油呐喊助威声。
Because there is some distortion on that. There really
小
shouldn't
徐必
be.
胜。
OK， 那我们刚刚问到2
Nice
位
win
都是京东加油的，我们这边老干爹的朋友们，要不要给你们的队伍加油一下？3、2、1，老干爹加油！
老干爹加油！
也是今天来给自己喜欢的队伍应援的。
Yeah,
那我们的今天第1场场间的猜猜我是谁互动游戏到这里告一段落，接下来我们就马上准备进入到第2小局的比赛吧。
See ya, and welcome back to the desk. Hello there, crew. How are you doing? Game 1, I think, was pretty winnable for LGD. And they were in a fairly good spot there. They gave up Soul Point, which I think ended up hurting them and didn't get quite enough done with the Baron, as I think they were hoping for. Which, you know, happens. But still, tough to see. Yes, interesting. Was this off AP? What was it? 2 AP, 12 AD. Okay. Is that Jack of all trades stuff? Or adaptive forces stuff? I guess it must be. Oh, who are your ads? Be gone. Be gone. Okay. I can't run individual ads. I can't deal with, sorry Amber, I can't deal with the YouTube. I can't change YouTube title. I don't have that power. And yeah, sorry, I've only got one screen, so getting chat up is a bit of a nightmare. So I can't change it. I can try and see whether I can get on my Google, but I don't think I actually have that capacity on here. No, I don't. Maybe I've got it signed in. I don't think I do. Maybe. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't. See if that works. Okay, no, can't. Okay. See, unfortunately, I don't have the power to change it on YouTube. I've attempted. Hey! Bearhead97 with the 6 months. And they're saying, did you know if Amazon Prime, you get 1 free subscription on Twitch per month? Wow! Can you remove the white text, please? Yes, I can do that. Yes, I can do that. Sorry, as I said, I've only got 1 screen, so chat is only up part of the time. I didn't know that. I didn't know you could do that with Prime. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, I'll see whether I can do it on their phone. But I don't have the power to change YouTube. I'll need to move this, I suspect. Whoop. That'll do. There we go. And indeed, I did need to. There are those bans from Game 1. Game 2, coming right at you. JDG versus LGD. Ezreal Nocturne remains banned. I wonder if this will still be a Poppy ban. Junja has been really good with that. Running like a Poppy Pike combo over in some of the international moments. Enjoying. You say I need to go to the gym. Is that what you're saying? Ori ban still first pick. It was the Rise ban, not Poppy ban in the end. Victor considered and locked in. First pick. Of course, it is a flex. A lot of Victor bot as well. Trundle gets immediately slammed by LGD. Can be good into the Victor. The pillar can be very annoying for him to manage. Gravity Field is okay into Trundle, but he's got a lot of base move speed once he gets things like Deadman's, Frozen Domain. It can actually be surprisingly difficult to lock him down with that. Nautilus as well. Pillar into Nautilus, Nautilus into Pillar, both just fine. Has a good CC chain. Denies the Nautilus from Vampire, who does enjoy that champion when given the opportunity. Well, Magic will look at a jungle option here. Kiana would be fun. Can manage the Trundle quite well. The Pillar can be used against him. Grass Blade can be used to dodge out on a lot of those autos. Relatively slippery as well, so not easy for the Trundle to stay locked onto you with the W and the E to get over the Pillar. Junja being asked to take the reins here. Had a pretty good game on the Jarvan overall, I think. Who ended up winning the MVP, by the way, from Game 1. My vote would have been Vampire, and Alex's vote would have been Honky. Draven for Xiaoye. Okay. Okay, he's been pulling this out a little bit more recently. Actually, it did find, I think in the series win that they got, that was a Draven game. Has been trying really, really hard to be a threat on this, and I think has kind of brought this back out in a meta where you can play for lane a bit more aggressively. I'm surprised we haven't seen more Draven, honestly, with the fact that you don't have lane swaps to get yourself out of those really nasty 2v2s. Was used actually into Camille quite well, because the stand aside could knock you out of your hook shot. Similar deal with Rel, right? She goes for the crash down, you stand her aside, the crash down just crashes out instead. second phase of bans will be at potential angles for top lane. The Olaf, been pretty annoying, I agree. Not bad into things like the Trundle as a way of getting some ability to mash out some of those top laners. Annie away from Tangyuan as a good additional bit of CC to help set up the Draven picks. Can be annoying for the Kiana to deal with. What am I seeing? I like it. You see it in me, baby. Me and you. What are we going for last ban? I think the Ziggs against Gala makes sense. I don't think he's been playing it that well recently, but of course historically was excellent at it. This year, not really. Last ban, I'm assuming another mid lane ban. Syndra's already gone, Ori's gone, Victor's gone. Nah. No, I mean, Strictly is another mid lane ban. Tangy would have pulled that mid, if memory serves, which is quite funny. Subtle, and anything but. Subtext is for cowards, Amber. Silas. Don't hate it. Magnet Storm is fun. Kiana ult to steal a supreme display of hijack talent. Call that AI. Hextech Storm not awful either. Oh, hello. Hello. I've just gotten a co-commentator, guys. Over here. Hi. Down here with me. Okay. Or not. We did have a Ziggy briefly, running around like a mad dog, so we might have a Ziggy at some point. You're welcome to show her on camera. She came down and has now left again. She was very excited for about 10 seconds and has disappeared. I'm sorry, guys. I tried. But you know how it is, booking in talent like Zig. Bit of a diva, really. Bit of a diva. Oh, go on. While I was distracted, things happened. We got Renekton for Xiaoshu. He's probably the best Renekton in the league. And they'll also lock in the Xerath. That's going to go bot lane, I would imagine. Could also go mid. I imagine Silas doesn't have the most fun if he can't stay away. You outrange Draven. I think I would rather see this. I would rather see this bot. Victor can play into the Silas with good gravity fields. This is a really clutch angle for Amundo. I like this angle. There's no one who's going to be able to burst him out. Kiana hates it. Xerath hates it. Renekton has like one moment of power into Mundo and then it's over. You might have to go for Blade of the Ruin King angle, and I just don't know how viable that is. I think that Mundo's really clutch here. My boy Xerath. Oh yeah, it's been played bot here quite a lot in the LPL. We've seen it from Viper. We've seen it from Jackie Love successfully. I think that Xerath is going to be very annoying. It does answer the Draven well. I still think that Mundo is very clutch later on. I think Mundo and Silas, as the game goes on, gets quite annoying. Right at the Arcane, not a bad ult to steal either for Silas. If only because then you can kind of get those kills as people try and run away from you. Realistically, Dominus, Magnet Storm, and Supreme Display of Talent are your best options. 2 engage, 1 survivability. Hextech Storm will do. Right at the Arcane's not awful. You have AP scalings. You take them if you need them. All right, folks. We got some ads on. It'll run into the game just briefly. Do apologize for that, but that'll just be the way of it. Let's go, JDG. They're going to need a bit of support. They have been struggling as they've come back from their international sojourn. The JDG Giles, they've got their mascot here as well. Camera off as well, whoops. Okay, there you go. I clearly double-clicked that. It's probably did the mouse pad thing. Oh, you had my face on screen a bit longer than you should have done, but that's okay. Nothing super surprising there in the runes. I'll note that Kiana's gone Conqueror over anything like the first strike. When you're into Mundo, Trundle, Silas, We do want that little bit of extra je ne sais quoi. Keep you up and rolling. A little less upfront burst. A bit more sustain. An extended DPS. Junja going to start on Raptors. You can do quite happily. Actually started Wolves. And it's come across. I wonder whether this will be Wolves, Raptors, Krugs. It might well be Wolves. Yeah, it's going to be Wolves, Raptors, Krugs. And then back for red buff and a cross, I'd imagine. Could theoretically look for an early gank here. Not happening so far. Honky with the early shove into the sides. That shouldn't be too much of a surprise with the melee V-range matchup. Good Deathfire touch up time. Hook onto a minion. Shattering Strike from Crit onto Crisp. Breaks his shields. One of the nicer parts of the match of the Rel into the Nautilus is you can break that Titan's Wrath shield. Birdall with the wrestling skin there. The Louis Vuitton Kiana skin, of course. LV have done quite a lot of video game collabs over the years. High Noon Rail. Could be said with a southern accent, of course. Tangyuan goes in, clears out the wave, gets level 4. It's going to get DFT'd here. Should be able to back away. Book. Vampire will crash down away. Has gone Spellbook rather than Aftershock, it's worth noting, actually. Crisp has gone towards that Aftershock. Wait to see whether Tangyuan overplays his hand there. See whether he absconds, abducts in. If he does, then there's an angle. Junja looking for the respawn here. Might have had a look about those Raptors as well. There's the hook. Shattering Strike as well, buffer through. He's pulled out of his crash down there, and Vampire's forced to flash. No Aftershock, of course. Makes them more vulnerable. Yeah, I'm right with you, Jordan. I think the Mundo is really clutch here. Look, it'll be a slightly dodgy laning phase into the Renekton, who I imagine picks up an Executioner's, but I think you are going to run out of power here to murder the Mundo. Like, Xerath is not a tank killer. Renekton is good. I mean, unless you go for a Blade of the Ruin King build, but are we really doing that in the big 26? Blade Shojin, maybe? You're going to be very unsurvivable for the rest of the team, though. Kiana's okay getting like a max HP chunk out of a tank. Between her ult having some max HP damage, Voltaic. You'll have bits there, but I don't think you're ever bursting a Mundo out. That's just not a possibility. Like, the Renekton needs to get ahead and stay ahead. That's the way this matchup works. And the problem is, once you hit one item, 1.5 items, the Renekton really begins to lose ground. Chaoshu is, of course, an excellent Renekton. As noted, probably the best Renekton in the league, but I do think Birdall here has come up with something that does answer the comp quite well. Xiaoyu, of course, did lock in the Draven and has had to deal with Xerath as a result. Hextech ult, not Hextech Ultimate, Hextech Storm. Hextech Ray, Arcane Storm. Arcane Storm, that's the... Still Chaos Storm to me in my head. Hijacked briefly to clear the wave. I don't believe the stolen Arcane Storm can expand, can it? But I might be wrong. Of course, it's strictly part of the passive. I don't know whether it matters on where Victor's own ult is at. If it's the upgraded ult, do you steal an upgraded ult? Is that how it works? Or is it that you're always stuck on base? I'm not actually sure. Nice little trade there. As the flash away, shocking orb lands onto Heng, but he does get the flash out of Gala. Ooh, good chunk. Arcane Pulse, or Arcana Pulse lands really well. I always want to call the W the Eye of the Storm, but I don't believe it actually is called that. Let me go look it up again. That's what it is in my head. Eye of Destruction. That's right. I knew it was Eye of something. Eye of the Storm was what it was in my head, but no. So, of course, the center is where you don't want to be. Of course, the thing is, as Draven, you're somewhat better into most mages because you can run Bloodthirst the first item. Be happy about it. And Xiaoye, very famously a Draven main from the LDL. We had a few of those. Draven and Nymaera players are the LDL specialties. For those who don't know, on the Super server, a lot of games are over by 14 minutes. In the Ionia server, is as it's called. There's a lot of Nymaera players, a lot of Draven players. If Victor has upgraded ult, it will also be upgraded for him, Poppy, so he steals the upgraded ult. That makes some sense. Bit of trading there, but doesn't lead to too much there. Here we go. Pillar. Not really turning into all that much, just pillars, because you can. Ooh, nice. Infected bone saw. Yes. Towards the grubbies we go. With the Mundo, you're probably in an okay spot to theoretically have a bit of a split push. Again, you hit the point where Mundo can just go for a demolish proc with grubs and completely ignore whether there's a wave or not. Saw that at MSI, right, with Zeus picking that up into BLG. Yeah, and now, so you've gone the Eclipse for some better dueling, some better percent HP. Do you have to do this into Blade of the Ruin King? I don't think you can afford a Black Cleaver this game, no? You're also double mages, so I think Black Cleaver one way. It might be Eclipse Shojin. I would genuinely be tempted to go Blade of the Ruin King. You're into a Trundle and a Silas anyway. Can triple belt into Warmogs and be very, very annoying. Nice damage. Does avoid the additional Arcano Pulse. Again, Blood Rush does give Draven a lot more mobility than most AD carries, just in terms of your ability to keep your dancing feet on. Similar idea with Misfortune, right? Press the W and dodge a lot of those skill shots. Basically, any AD carry that can build a Bloodthirst, it feels happier into mages than other ones. Because you can heal through their poke. And actually, the poke that you land, they can't necessarily shrug off in the same way. They don't get to run sustain on the whole. Bardol has his turret attack, but then throws down the defibrillator and will be alright. Vampire looks to interrupt the hook out, won't quite find it. That's good damage on the Tangu in there, actually. Just about squeaks away. Got a little nervous for him there, but doesn't leak too much. Kiana's got the Voltaic now. Been a quiet game so far, no kills. Gold lead 2 JDG off these laning leads. Bot lane's about even, everywhere else the lanes have done quite well. Of course, you are running melee into range in mid lane, but Honkyu, I think, even so. 20 CS leaders is pretty good going. Was forced to drop half that wave there. He's actually going to run a Gala here. That Bonesaw landing. Gala's in danger. He's going to have the flash, and his CC won't matter. exhaust down from a spellbook. Loses that passive brief. Exhaust lol, yep, from the spellbook. Potential angle for Junja to flash supreme display of some talent. Xiaoxu will TP and get interrupted. No. Oh, that one sucks. The ward got put down as he was TPing, and therefore that is going to be actually Birdle getting a lot of time bot. Good hook away. Crispy's going to get stunned up there. The Ice Blade supreme display of talent. Damage back is good, but not enough as yet. Pillar comes on down onto Vampire, who does manage to mount up and be okay. But first blood goes the way of the Qiyana. Of course, Birdle gets a fair amount of time free bot side, but it's not going to amount to a kill's worth of gold, I don't think. To be fair, the TP was happening initially off Vision. Xiaoyu put a ward down right at the arcane. A little bit close to the Draven there, who just gets a step forward and say, yeah, let me stand aside you. Can't be miles off the Bloodthirster completion, actually. Wonder if he has it on this back. Not quite. Longsword. Double longsword. Probably another 700 odd gold. He'll be there. Can't quite remember completion cost with double longsword in inventory. It's the waves. Yes, Tanguin. Yes. Yes, good, good. Good damage. Honkyu's dead. Oh, and there's the crash down. Good damage back, though, as out comes the Grass Blade, and they will at least make that the 1-for-1. The problem is, of course, the Draven got the shut in here. With the abscond, yet to abduct. Might go over the wall there. Didn't land it on for Qiyana. All the while, top side, Xiaoxu might need to throw down a Dominus here as he's slowed down by that big Electro Zapper. Defibrillator in my mind. I'm not actually sure what the name of it is. I think it actually has a different one. Big cash in there for Xiao. He's going to get run at. He does dodge away from the Supreme Display of Talent as well. Wide. Xiao, you're going to get slowed down. Eats a lot of damage, though. Turnaround potentially here as the pillar is on the in. And Junja now gets chunked out. The problem is, of course, the Draven already cashed in. So sure, you got the kill, but it will still be a trade back. That's the Bloodthirster. Top side, Xiaoxu. Rid of the passive. That's about it. Still, Junja's now 3-1. Had a good game back on the Jarvan as well. I think I missed it again, guys. Who was the MVP in game 1? I did ask chat. I'm not sure whether the people said and I just missed it. Get a Heartsteel on this Mundo. I think Warmog's first makes a lot of sense. Warmog's, he's gone for the triple belt tech. So Azael chats about this. What this basically means, the triple belt into Warmog's basically now means you never have to leave lane. Because the triple Warmogs, or the triple belt, means that when you complete the Warmogs out of 2 of the belts, the Warmogs is already active, and now they can just run it Xiaoxu. Stolen Dominus, slowed down by Bo. Birdle just gets to run at this. He's going to try and slice the dice out. Rocket Belt in. Chain Lash slow, abscond to duck. Birdle gets the kill. It's over. That's it. The first kill went over. Goodbye. You go Heartsteel second with the second belt and feel pretty happy about it. But the thing about the double belt means you have the choice, or the triple belt means you have the choice. If you feel like you're not going to need the Warmogs, you can afford to keep brawling. Heartsteel's great. Musgala. Okay, makes sense. I think I would have gone for probably Vampire still. I think made some really cool plays. Spoon Split, Alan, good combo. No chance to hit Subjugate. And is immediately annihilated. Junja with a really nice insta-pick. Birdle's though TP'd in mid. Oh, Gala. Mate, you need to not be here. Oh, no. Just about gets to run away. That was really scary. Honkyu's been left quite low. Junja is here, though. The Arcane Storm tagging Tangyuan briefly there as well with the Chain Lace Crushers. going to be double burn build from Honky. It's going to need to, I think, into the HP stack is this game. Junja's still around. Can look to threaten here. Audacity's forward. Abduct away onto Vampire. Trying to stay away from Junja. You can probably look to W on in here. We'll just use that flash over with the Mountain Blade to get another kill. As, of course, the expended damage on the low HP targets. This Qiyana threatening very heavily onto a lot of these members not named Verdol. 2v4 now in LGD's own jungle. Xiaochu goes on forward, Dominus proc, but there is a depth charge. Now Xiaochu's gone real deep. Hang on top of him, looks to bonk him on down. Xiaoya gets a cash in, and it's a messy game. First turret still went the way of LGD in that bot side, but JDG to at least get one back. I think on the whole, a winning sequence of plays with the kills on the Junja into the top side turret. Still not entirely clean, as I think Xiaoxu giving up another kill there. Very unnecessary. And now Birdol, I think, is going to be a problem. They've not got Dragon stacking either. I think JDG were on a timer, and I'm not sure they have managed to find a great win con. Scarlet gets interrupted by Birdol, who's just basically said, Zara, you have no way of dealing with me at all. Have a look at this replay. Junja gets a good chunk, and then basically Tangyuan tries to escape by taxing out onto Vampire. Gets mounted up onto Junja, Audacity's in, flashes over for the basically point-blank rage Edge of Ixtal. Empowered with the Mountain for that extra damage on low-health targets, and it's a dead at the right moment. And then they look to get some more in mid lane. The problem is Xiaoxiu's just not that tanky, especially with Heng there to subjugate. And Xiaoya gets a second cash in. Now at the Hex Drinker as well. Feeling a little happier. Quite a defensive build here from the Draven, but I think that probably makes some sense. The damage necessarily the issue so much as staying alive into all the poke and burst. Out comes the Heralds. Whirling Death to clear the way. Junja, awkward drive, but does get on in. Heng gets chunked a little low. They turn some damage down on Chris and get that. Yellow Xiaochu gets that one. Supreme Display of Talon comes on down on top of Heng and blows him up as well. The Trundle struggling to stay alive versus the Qiyana, of all things. But again, without a tank to steal stats from, you're just not that tanky with just a Trinity Force. There's no defensive stats. Got some Moongreaves, I think is what they're called. I forget the exact name of them. Birdol hit with the right the arcane. Will get a bit of healing and is tanky enough with that pop of the ult. Maximum dosage keeps him up. Mundo, still scary. Xiaoya, still scary. Junja has still been managed to find some value. Of course, he does end up dying at the back end of that play. Quite a few picked up that kill. I think it was Tangyuan, but I could be wrong. Heartsteel's now here for Birdol as well. I mean, this Mundo is going to be a problem. I don't know how you deal with the Mundo. Look, there's some good moments. Junja is scary. He's gone Sabotage here as well for better objective damage. Actually gets some true damage, having taken down some of those key moments. Can have a bit of damage off turrets as well. I don't hate it as a way to try and play for more of that objective-based game. And then turning that into potential kills onto Heng, who I think on this Trundle may not have the easiest use case either. But I think Junja is trying really hard. He's having a good game on this Qiyana on the whole. I'm a little nervous about how feasible this is a game to carry as a Qiyana. There are key targets you can blow up. Trundle's always going to be good. I think the likes of the Sylas and the Draven are certainly burstable, especially if you get the CC chains good. But I do worry about the extended fight. Extended fights into a Mundo, into a Trundle, Draven, and Sylas. You just have so much sustain, so much bruiser into... Sure, the Victor's going the double burn. Has to, I think, in this game. I worry about this. I do. You need to get the one shot on a key target and then try and burn out some of these other members and try and just not engage with the Mundo. I just think the side lanes are going to be very, very challenging. Honky's going to have to keep these waves well shoved. But I think a Spirit Visage into double AP. And this Mundo just won't die. The Spirit Visage is going to try and dive on the Tangyuan. That's a good combo. The teleport comes on down. Does go in to get some healing. Lands it onto minion. Junja is chunked very low. Mundo's going to be pretty quick here. Can maybe just keep walking at this. The cleaver is dodged away from with the slice. The dice will not be required. Vampire finds Crisp, staggering blows. Hangers around, potential pillar angle, but of course, with being mounted up, can crash down over this. People in chat starting to type, push, push, push. Don't blame him, Alois, where are you? How's that? Someone make a TikTok sign out of that. Maybe we need bodybuilder one. We have one! He's got a gym one, doesn't he? There is a gym Mundo with weights. I'm fairly certain. Turret falls mid, finally. A lot of attention put that way. Is there not a gym Mundo? I thought there was. Maybe we just need to repopularize it then. Yeah, he's got like in like 80s spandex. Mr. Mundoverse, that's the one. That's the skin. Who is definitely on some addition. He's definitely not natty. He's definitely not natty. That's all I'm saying, Mr. Mundoverse. Dragon started would be soul point for LGD. Infernal Soul sounds pretty miserable to give up. Don't do that. Flash on him from Junja. Two people split talent lands on down. Shouty survives the initial burst. Does manage to get some damage down as Junja is annihilated. He gets taken out. Unfortunately for them, the comp was brittle and it shatters like glass. Birdle flashes out from the burn and survives. Dragon secured. Junja goes looking for the big combo, but doesn't manage to blow up Xiaoye. Heng survives, turned it around, and we said it was going to be a problem. You don't get that one shot. The extended fights look tricky. Tang Yuan, great play there as well. He's now going to be able to turn this into a Baron. I think we've got a 3-game series on our hands, folks. What happened to soundtrack? I think it should be. Everything should be working all right, isn't it? Oh, doesn't quite get Xiaoye. They try to blow him up. Oh, but the stolen turnaround with the Magnet Storm. Oh, and all the while, look at Birdle. Just keeps Gala and Hongq entirely out of the fight. They didn't have two of their carries. The clean feed audio is a bit crispy still. Okay. Very noticeable in teamfights. Okay, that's their audio mixing, I'm afraid. I've got it low enough. I'm not necessarily hearing. Also, I'm yelling, so that doesn't help. But soul point now for LGD. 4,000 gold up. They've got Baron. They've got a Mundo. Oh, I mean, what do you do? The Mundo was a problem. You know, Junja actually had some good moments. That's good damage on Crisp. Nice. You picked that up. Was alone warding there, and I don't think he needed to be. I mean, Gala's up 20 CS, got 5 assists. The Zerath's done a decent job for being in trouble at points. Is it just a chunk over the wall? Yeah, it is. Junja comes over with the W. E into R. Nice. Again, wherever Junja's gone, JDG have found some success. I just think it's a bit of a comp diff, bluntly.
Blue team's turret is destroyed.
Can't throw out not natty accusations so casually. He's got a giant needle full of dubious substances in his arm. Mundo is not natty. I'm sorry, he's just not. You don't get that physique by being normal. He's a doctor. What do you think he deals in? Supplements, I tell you. Tang Yuan's going to get exhausted. Flashes out from the Shattering Strike. I mean, what do you do? Birdle and Heng turn up and go, yep, this is fine. He is. You think he's natty, do you, Perkon? Okay, okay. I'm sorry to break, to break your heart on this one, guys. I am. So Xiaoshu did go towards the Shojin second to try and give himself a bit more kind of like just percentage P damage. I still wonder whether a Blade of the Ruin King was needed. They've got double Oblivion Orbs for the anti-heal. That's probably wise. But I do think a Blade would have been smart here. Look, I know it sucks in terms of like dropping you down in HP, but no one else is going to be able to, like, there's no other build that gives you even a chance of having a scaling option into the Mundo. I might actually hop into Aragon's chat and see what he see what he thinks after this. We'll find out. That's the Renekton Salmon. Okay, right, the Arcane is stolen. Does chunk out Gala as Taste of his own medicine loses half his HP bar. This turret will also fall. Xiaoya gets that. And the gold lead I went for someone between balloons and expands and ended up with expands, which is a cool word, but it doesn't exist. I might start using it. Pillar, dredge line, and a dead vampire. Clearly a lot of garlic used on the end of that dredge line. It's an anchor with garlic attached. Legally acceptable in Zorn gives you a lot of leeway. I can see that. Dead vampire is kind of redundant, I think. What's the term? Like, dusted? Shuffled off this mortal coil. Dead 2. Electric Booga dead. TP in. Dragons in 5. This will actually be a really important fight, so I should stop musing on the nature of the death of vampires. TP in. Could suck. Shadowing Strike, something on the hang. Not necessarily the best moment. Flash away. Birdall goes in. And behind is Tanguin. Gala's gone down. There's a supreme display of talent. But look what Tanguin's picked up. Here, Kiana. Let me show you how it's done. It's only on the Renekton, but I think that might be more than enough. The Tanguin falls as well. Honku on the run. Trying to speed himself up with some Siphon power. But I just don't think your AA battery is quite the same as the full concentrated power of the sun, which is LGD's composition right now, and certainly will be once they've picked up Infernal Soul. They might not even need it, but just goes bonking turrets! Push! Keep on pushing! Stay with me, chat! Push! 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 That is dying, right? Yes, good. No, there were altered some minions in there. It's fine. Fine. Thank you, chat. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Right, folks. I'm Initialise. Nymaera's older brother. We stream LPL together pretty much every day of the week, except for the moment, Monday and Tuesday, because those days are off, which is kind of nice for us. But it means if you like the LPL and want to support us, being here is a great start. On top of that, there are a couple things you can do. Opera GX, guys. I actually don't know whether we got that this month. Might actually be only on next month, but that's fine. We're going to load a download for that. One was great. There is a Kofi link if you type !Kofi. Congratulations to Chris, by the way, for his 500 victory in the LPL. But on top of that, you can also subscribe to the channel. Twitch Prime's gratefully accepted. Thank you for those of you who've done that already today. For those of you who've been gifted a sub, or maybe are using Prime subs, if you want to consider switching over, at least for a couple months, to a regular subscription, or consider upgrading your sub to a tier 2 or tier 3, if you're really feeling fancy and feel like you can support the channel on a higher level, we are pushing for Partner Plus. We're actually about 10 subs, 15 subs away from hitting the break point for Partner Plus, which would mean we just get more money from subscription. We get a better cut of subs from Twitch, which is a really big break point. So we are trying to push for that. So for those of you back home who are looking to help support us and go, you know what, these guys are pretty cool, please do consider doing that. There is a Ko-fi link, which is agnostic of channel, of course. So if you're on YouTube and want to support us with that, it's a great way of doing it. Katara, if you don't mind linking that over in YouTube, I would love you forever. YouTubers, we love you too. Today is the last day on the Rito promo too. For every 5 gifted subs, right, Rito gears 1 extra on top. Very true. Today is a great day to add some additional subs. Please, please, please do consider doing that. Much love to those who do. And we will be going the distance to a full 3-game series. You can see the damage numbers very inflated for JDG there. They're into a lot of health stackers. Mondo. Things get very tricky. I'm going to run some ads now as well to help support. If you don't want ads, then, well, subscribe. That's the deal. That's the deal. I'm going to run and get myself some water while I get the chance. Again, I've got to look after my voice a little bit here. as I'll have another session of Marvel Rivals this evening as well, which should be good fun. But I will be right back very short. Can I just edit this? If I do that, does that work? No? I have to... Properties? I think if I do this, that'll do it. There we go. There we go. All right, I shall return shortly with a cup of tea. And probably ought to do this as well. Oop. Oh. Hello. Tea acquired. Morning, Time Lord. Morning, Nitron. Right, guys. I'm going to turn that off briefly. That's the one. And that briefly. Oh, my brain needs 5 minutes away from a camera. are back into at least the studio here. Should be getting into game proper shortly, I would imagine. One final game to go. Third always game 2 MVP, by the way. That doesn't surprise me. I think that Mundo was disgusting. Was disgusting. I'm being a little quiet between games just to keep my brain in charge and functional. JDG can fix them. I hope so. JDG's had a weird year. Al's been really high on him. And I don't blame Alex for that. I don't even necessarily disagree. But I've seen enough down sparks from him that I'm still a little nervous. But a bit of a change in fortune, a bit of a look in, not a bad idea. Of course, it's worth noting, remember, this is going to play with Leave. And Leave got benched the last time from EDG because he allegedly was saying dodgy things about JDG on socials. Allegedly, anyway. Which is amusing in its own right. Woo-doo-doo-doo. Back on the stage we look. Let's flick this audio over, shall we? Where art thou, Huya? I know it's going to stutter a bit while I hop between. That's what I need. There we go. Oop. And the camera can come up. There we go. Hello, folks. This should realistically, and I say this with some measure of uncertainty, but it should realistically be JDG feeling a little bit shaken again. LGD with another game win. They found a few of those. A few of those. The issue has been converting into full series wins, but I think, as we've noted, this feels very doable. Very doable. For the side of LGD, especially with JDG just looking very off form in general. Not with it in a way we've kind of grown used to expecting from a team of their alleged caliber. Multiple international events. Strong players to roll with. To draft we go. Kind of all look a little bit tired post that international sojourn. Sojourn probably is actually the right word, but there we go. Second phase of bans coming. Ezreal Seraphine away from Vampire. Interesting. The Poppy still remains banned. Interesting this time on JDG's side. The Rise as well, alongside that Jace angle, flexible, but has often been a top lane, I just win lane kind of options. Last ban from LGD. Ziggs ban possible at this point. Feels like Camille really has fallen away from meta. People have kind of figured out how to manage her on the roam. And I think unless you're very good at her difficult, they're going to ban away the Vi's very easy go button for Junja. Makes sense. I think as an option, we've already lost Neferi, already lost the Jarvan. A little thin on the ground in terms of go buttons from the jungle. I just thought the Kiana was a decent attempt from Junja. It was a draft dip in the end. Mundo coming up clutch. Where are we going now? First pick up. I think realistically Nocturne is a possibility. Orianna is up. Orianna has to be a consideration, no? And draft pulls 3. Mistaken ban. Someone going, oh no. Orianna through. Like, you have potentially got answers, but the Akali's gone. That's often been the go-to into the Orianna. There was something else as well recently that was really managing Ori. Lock. People were locking into the Orianna as well. In fact, it was Honkyu who was doing that in the lane. Didn't work out, right? We saw Honkyu get 3-0 and then end up in this position where he was, like, building a bit funny. Didn't get the Lich Bane until quite late, ended quite defensive, struggling to get the full combos down. We saw some really unfortunate commits into plays with less members. Honkyu's build that game was criminal. I wasn't a big fan. No. Not a big fan. What are we banning? Is Junja picking Bel'Veth next game? I mean, to be honest, Bel'Veth's in a good spot right now. Don't actually know whether we're on a Bel'Veth patch. I don't remember exactly where the changes came on in. Always a little bit of a disconnect between live and patch notes. But I think that we are entering an era, duo, where Bel'Veth is a possibility. Back into draft we go. Should get through it relatively fast, I would imagine. Yeah, there we go. Now, is the... Yeah, it's still going to be the vibe. So we got to last time. Orianna is up. Are we picking it? Or are we giving it over to LGD? Tanguin's been known to... Oh, who you're at? Be gone. When will the team have a balls to slam Vel'Koz into Ori? I mean, yeah. I mean, honestly, Xerath as well. Yeah, Ranger that way. There are answers to Orianna, but people have not been willing to play them a lot. We're going through again? What's happening, guys? Am I gonna have to keep? Am I gonna play Stardew in the background? I wish I could like port Stardew over so you could see it. This is a lot. Oh, man, right. Move that this way. Stretch out a bit. Ugh. Need to want to pick key now. Captain keys to go with lock. I'm gonna fall asleep on you guys at this rate. Should be getting back into draft shortly, right? Right. Let me just move my phone around so I can see chat. Why are we waiting? Draft keeps dissipating. How'd you like my song, chat? Am I going to be a number one? Know that if you say otherwise, I will ban you. Just saying. Just so you know. We aren't getting into draft anytime soon, are we? What's going on? Why are we here? In this place of liminal draft existence. Maybe a tech issue, perhaps? Yeah. I mean, the fight's happening in draft this way is weird. Schrodinger's draft, yeah, well, yeah. The cat is both dead and skinned, no other than dead and alive right now. One of these days, we will see... Draft once more. Fun fact. What's a good fun fact? What is a good fun fact? I feel like I want to do a knight fact. What's a good fact about knights? We're in draft. I'll think about that as we go. As we are in draft for the third time, I'm going to hold here until I see this work. Are we able to pick a champion? Orianna? This draft lobby looks submissive and breedable. Look, there it is. Duo, why have we stated this in a highlighted message? Why have we stated this in a highlighted message? What would bring you to type that out into our chat? Okay, we've got Syndra Nocturne, very scary burst combo. Theoretically, you both press R on the same target, they die. Lee Sin, passable ball carrier, is certainly quite flexible in terms of ways into backlines and stuff with the ball on top of him, which can really weird people out. Also, of course, with the Nocturne being locked in, denies the Knock Wave combo. Junja is a enjoyer of the Lee Sin. Lee Sin Camille's been a combo we've seen from Junja and Vampire before. The last time they did it, though, it was with the lock into an Ori. And they did well enough early, but then some of their aggressive moves stopped being coordinated properly, and it got very, very ugly as the game went on. How does one breed a draft lobby? I don't really want to give an answer because it's just going to be incredibly clippable. And I feel like this way lies madness and a bad reputation. So... you have to come in with a certain energy. A certain large, girthy kind of energy, you know? You just need to come in and swagger in. Look, you're already doing really well here, I think. With the Orianna, of course, brings a really big ball to the table. And that's got some energy, you know? You know? I mean, Camille's right there with a really good ideology in terms of the diving on in and making sure that things happen. Syndra, actually, you know, I mean, we talk about the Orianna, but Syndra brings a lot of balls to the table. Lot of balls to the table. Sort of like really hurls them at people's faces. Unleashes her power, you might say. How's that? Don't clip that. Anyway, the question's been answered. We're moving on. All right then. Well, Vayne Narband. Worth knowing that Tangyuan plays both. The Tristana and the Olaf band from Xiaoshu, two of their kind of clutch pocket picks off the table. It's barely past noon. I can't handle this. I mean, I was asked the question, I answered. Ambassador being considered. They've already got really good setup for it. You don't have to freeball the ultimate. With the conversation already happening, that would be a problematic one. So, yeah, that feels pretty good to me. 7 a.m. That's a fair time. Some morning LPL. What are we locking in to go alongside this? So I think at this point, LGD have got a very nasty mid-game spike. Jax for Xiaoshu. It's a comfort pick. It's another good ball carrier. You can go in with the Counter-Strike, Grandmaster's Might, and a Shockwave to really set things up. Very mobile comp now from JDG. Lots of damage, lots of flank options. Lacking frontline, but the CC is good. And there'll be a certain amount of bruisiness. Kai'Sa to follow as well. Well, I mean, these are some really big mid-game spikes with a lot of mobility. Everyone but the Orianna has got incredible mobility, and everyone can follow up from a fairly significant distance here. Zeri to try and escape. Sivir for the move speed and the spell shield. Sivir might be... I mean, Varus is better into the Kai'Sa early. Gives you CC setup. I think I go... Okay, they've gone for the Wards of Xayah. I think I personally would have gone Sivir for the scaling option and the earlier shove. But Xayah is able to survive the potential picks on her life a bit more freely. Still has to be afraid of a Hextech ultimatum, and there are a lot of tools that can blow the ult, and then you've got more to follow. Like, you go in with a Counter-Strike, you force the ult, and then you Kai'Sa ult, and then you throw in the Shockwave. And that makes things quite tricky. I think these team fights, these skirmishes, are going to be very bloody. Very bloody indeed. I think with the Lee Sin Camille, you're going to spike a little earlier on that front. Mid-game will be a little better for LGD. Scaling-wise, pretty even. Jax, Ori, Kai'Sa all scaled very, very well. Syndra obviously scales well. Ambessa, strong scaler. Xayah, crit carry. Maybe a slight edge to JDG, but it's much of a muchness. Strong comps. Strong comps. Very, very bloody in the mid-game. I think it's going to be a little bit more proactive from JDG in the early game. But you have got that potential to really mess with teams. Hey, thank you for the sub, by the way, Exitaurus. And it's a good time you did it now, because if you didn't, you get some ads. Oh, we've done ads already. There you go. I appreciate you subbing there. Huge deal for us. Eyes on these jungle supports, folks. You come onto the Rift and listen to the Gyos once more. He's here! He's here! Apologies for the interrupt there, but the goat of the crowd calls the Gyos is here. JDG's monster chant leader with the vocals of the gods. You have to respect it. You have to respect it. Good trading early. Vampire gets behind. Shaya flashes beyond it. Vampire, though, does get that adaptive defense is down. Good early little play there from Vampire, honestly. Has been playing pretty well, I think, this series on the whole. I like the Alistair. He was my MVP shout. Has had some good individual moments on the Camille. It's been coordination things, I think, has been really JDG's downfall as they've been asked to play through jungle support as a duo rather than as individuals. That's not been their strength. The exhaust comes on down now. Vampire potentially in a tricky spot as they do manage to trade back well there. But again, health bars traded for the shove. Flash exhaust now down. Gala and Vampire have held all their summoners here. I think LGD's bot lane going to be in a spot of bother, to put it very mildly. Judge is here at level 3 with a red buff. Has 3 Campton cleared. The Nocturne is coming, but might be a little slow on the play. Looking for the invade. Maybe a Gromp take. Honku left low as Kangyuan gets a scatter, but it's only the shotgun blast and not the stun. Honku low! Flash! The level up! Not quite there as the command protect comes on down. Honku won't look for any more! Sonic Wave resonating strike. They get the dive on the bot side and hop on out. Kangyuan saw blood in the water, but doesn't quite secure the kill. However, there's more than one shark, rather, in these particular seas. And the Lee Sin, blind though he may be, is got a great sense of smell to go with the blood in the water analogy. I'm running away with this one a little bit. You get the idea. It was a nice dive. Well done. Level 3 gang into reset. Comes out with that longsword ruby crystal and first blood, feeling very happy about his game state. We'll probably do, I imagine, Wolves into Gromp, into that either the Scuttle Crab if he's worried about the 2 camp, rather the double Scuttle. But I imagine he will just do camps into blue and then be happy enough. Counter-strike. Just shy, but we'll be happy enough with the game state in general. Have I still got internet? Have a look at this dive. It's a really good combo there from Vampire and Junger. No flash available on the Xayah, so she just gets full sent on the ignites there. Precision protocols there. Beautiful, beautiful. Heng was coming down, but wasn't there quite in time. I'm not really sure what the Nocturne could have done there. Maybe have had to flash for Fear Tether, something like that. Still, it's a good start from JDG, who were asking to be a bit more proactive with their jungle support. Do so well. Heng's going to get onto this camp respawn, and instead, Junger's going to take the opportunity to go diving on in. The counter-strike is going to land, but Birdall buffers through. Let's have one more lacerate for the ward hop in for the slow with the cripple. Keeps landing some more autos on down. Waits to go back in with that resonating strike. Not quite find what they're looking for. Vampire rooted up. There's an aftershock trade. We have seen a fair amount of this Leona into the Camille. You can sort of trade out the hook shot with your Eclipse and aftershock and interrupt some of the hook shots quite well with a Shield of Daybreak. The Camille has to pick her moments to go in quite well. Good option in the early levels to body block a Camille, basically, and harass her. She tries to get those hook shots off and on to various people. Good chunk there. Not too much to see here. Maybe a play over this not Scuttle Crab, the Krugs. Let's see that. Instead, we're looking towards the spot lane. Tactical sweep, hook shot in, and Gala just gets the kill. Easy as you like. Vampire having a great showing on this Camille. John's just going to be warded off on the other side. He's down about 10 CS now for all the plays he's made. Got a fair number of camps to pick up, so we'll be able to pick up some of this CS discrepancy, but not the best spot, I think, in general. It's fair to say. Bit of a chunk on down. Top side, the Jack's getting a shove. Xiaoshu, the Jack's and the Renekton. Those were his two grand picks. Pulled out the Renekton last game, got answered with the Mundo, became very problematic. We saw some attempts to counter it in the build. Really work out. In fact, I might just drop Adam a message and see what he thought about the build. Let me do that now. I am just messaging Aragon to see what he says about it, because again, he's my Renekton guy. Okay, good little counter-strike trade. I know he's streaming, so he might not see this, but I'm curious to see whether I get a response on that. We'll find out. Bit of a play into mid lane. Shockwave pulls back on the flash. In comes the Paranoia, looking to turn this around, and they do kill off Vampire. Still 1-for-1 right now. Onky speeds away with the command distance. Not the worst thing ever for JDG. LGD do at least get the counter punch, but they are down the Paranoia now, and that's probably going to give Junja the opportunity to farm towards 6, gets it there. Maybe look at a Dragon with that ult advantage, should they so choose. Hey, at least though, Heng does get on the board and does so well. Public execution wide, looking to catch Xiaoxu into that turret. 23 ACS lead bot. Yeah, that's not what should be happening here. Especially for a Kai'Sa in lane. Like, that's very unusual. I mean, the tower dive, obviously, double tower dives, put Xiao into an awful spot, but that's the price of losing 3 summoners at levels 1 and 2. The punish on it was immediate and visceral, to say the least of it all. Alright, top side, Bird ult, has flash, no ult. Xiaoshu, flash and ult to work with. Counter-strike back. Does get that stun, ward off over, flash kick. Looking for the Sonic Wave, the cripple's there, doesn't even bother with it. Nicely done. Junja manages to close the distance before the CC chain can end. Very elegantly managed. And that gets the other side of the map rolling, and they'll be able to turn that, I suspect, into a grub or two. Dragon being considered by Heng on the other side, knowing that they have got the man advantage at least there to work with right now. So it'll be grubs for Dragon trade. Of course, the problem is you have now given grubs to a Jax, and the fact that the Jax has also picked up a kill as 900 gold up is a problem, so to speak. Look, we said LGD, this might be their best opportunity to get a cool series win against a team we expect to ramp up as the season goes on, and some of the lethargy and stumbles that we saw early on from the international hangover would fade. Unfortunately for them, the game 2 was clutch. This one is looking a lot less so. The draft advantages weren't there. It's a fun draft, right? It's not like the draft is bad, but they've not found the draft advantages of a clutch Mundo, for example. Not this time around. And some poor laning moments and some good ganks from Junja put them into a precarious position. 2,000 gold down, already pre-10 minutes. And thus the bonkening begins. Are we looking for a play down here? Vampire hanging over the wall. Or rather, Crisp hanging over the wall. Of course, has joined LGD. Veteran, world-winning support. It's been very up and down. Kind of had these streaks of being very good at one style of champion and bad at others. And then vice versa. We got at one point excellent range support and pick support player, the likes of Thresh and Bard and all those kinds of things. And became more of an engaged support player and back and forth again as it went. Bit of a play top side here. Just some trading on these top laners. think we're going to see too much anytime soon now. When's our next big play? A few minutes till Dragon. Can maybe look for blowing some summoners, that kind of shenanigan. Now shoot Counter-Strike down. Bird, although down to the half HP, he's so diveable right now. This needs to be a very good flash and a very good ult. Possibly both. X-Take Ultimatum, a possibility. Does get buffered through some of it, but it's still likely going to die. Vampire tanks the aggro briefly. Xiaoshu has the Grandmaster's Might. And the kill is secure with just the use of one ultimate. Very nice. Chris going to be spotted. Here comes a potential attempt over the wall. Still, unfortunately, does not break the tether. The kick does. Solar Flare follows. Flash in for the Shield of Daybreak. And Junja will die. Attempts to break that tether. Can't quite get the timing right on the Blast Cone. And falls. Good response from LGD on the other side. Gala now, you know what? Versus 3 briefly. Vampire coming off the reset. Xiaoshu should still pick up first turret here with little... Chris Renata was so insane when she was first released. I know. He was so good at those. Again, things with a little bit of agency with range. Bard, Renata. Great. Great for Chris. Once upon a time, a phenomenal Thresh. Hoping to bring a bit of leadership to LGD. The problem is it's all well and good having leadership. You are going to need some laning brawn to back it up. And Birdol, Tangu, and Xiaoya, I don't know how consistent their firepower in lane is going to be. I think Heng's been playing well. Partly, I think, because him and Chris have made for a pretty good duo, but I think Heng in general got a bit of something to him. Had a good split so far as Heng. When LGD have won games, often been off the back of that jungler having a good showing. Vampire stepping beyond turrets. He's going to get himself zoned out here and is just dead. That's, well, that's too far, is what that is. Heng gets another kill. I think at this point, as the knockdown, I'd be wanting to donate kills elsewhere. But still, it's done. Bit of a juggle to Gala! Oh boy! Oh dear. Syndra just presses R. That's unfortunate. Now we're looking for the top side. Public Execution comes on down. Get the kill on the Ahri. And 2 kills for LGD. Suddenly, they come to life. We said the mid-game spike would be good from them. That's helped make things a bit more interesting. Tanguin now with a really clutch kill. I was not expecting that. Hello, Hilo, by the way. Good to see you. Was Gala, probably the most famous Kai'Sa in the world. The Prince of Pentas on that champion. Of course, Paze has kind of gone a bit of a pentakilling machine. Let's look at this again. The scatter over the wall. It is. Great full send from Tanguin. Gets the combo. Plays off the vision well. Gala is the one that falls. Now looking for another little bit of a vision play here. Dragon's up. Looking to get stuck in on someone here. Dragon started. Should get taken down. Hard to smite against the Lee Sin. They're going to go in. Flash in for the Hextech Ultimatum. Pretty deep. Do get Heng trapped in here. Does manage to escape him. Just a little too far away. For Gala! With the Killer Instinct, just try to get him backside. But can't get that plasma off. A little bit too deep there, I fear, from JDG. Still, they get the dragon. Deny the sword, the stacking of the Drake. Maybe a bit of a trade here as Birdall goes in, but Vampire's got some support. Are we going any further on this? I would suggest not. Herald being started by LGD. They're now in the river. They kind of force enough people off to make that okay. Junja's here, though. They might want to trade the Scatter the Weak down to the Junja, who does manage to sidestep out of that force of will with a good safeguard. Honky now coming, looking for the shockwave. Out comes the Paranoia. Xiaoye with the Feather Storm does get the root onto the Jax, who busted through well with the Grandmaster. Might give himself some more sustain. Lee Sin wins the smite. Might overgo the Vampire with the hook shot. Good chunk onto Heng. Taken low, though, is this Camille. Junja now takes the opportunity to stand on over. Kick into the wall. Heng now low, goes down. Shockwave on the crit. Public execution. Does bring down Birdall as he goes into the backside on this Ambessa, looking to continue hunting for more flashes out, but not enough. As Hongkyu gets those autos down, it is a bloodbath. Gala just out of range, but it won't matter. A triple kill to Hongkyu. 4 for 3 in favor of JDG plus the Herald. Everyone throws their life bars to the wolves, but it is JDG's pack that comes out on top. I'm hoping we get a replay that, because that was a close run thing. All right, so it starts with a lot of ults blown by LGD. Paranoia, flashes, Featherstorm gets them out, and then JDG see the opportunity to go forward. Vampire takes a fair chunk to make this look in at the beginning. Then there's the kind of kick away on Chris to stop the body block. They kill off Heng, and they get a shockwave hit. But the thing is, it's a really good public execution, and JDG's health bars just aren't that great. So Birdall gets a lot of damage out of the backside, and Hongkyu flashed in to finish off Birdall. And the scatter's not fantastic there, but at least the feathers were already in position, and so Xiaoye gets that. Just about they bring down the Xayah. I think had a burn on it from somewhere. Takes it just about the win for JDG. Credit to Birdall there for the really clutch re-engage. Alongside some good feathers there from Xiaoye. Still, JDG with the gold lead. It's not that meaningful, but 1,700 gold is 1,700 gold. Playable for LGD. They are still down 2 turrets. Down a fair amount of map control. And a lot of these neutral objectives, they managed to pick up only the 1 dragon in this game. Next dragon fight, I think, could be quite telling, because they have struggled around those objectives in terms of at least securing them. Guard clears up the wave in mid. Minute and a half until dragon. How are we looking for summoners? A lot of flashes down. Everyone from JDG has theirs down. Vampires might be just up in time. Pretty similar story here for LGD. I think Heng will have his back up. Everyone else will be down there. Junja spotted out looking to see whether they can catch someone under the turret. They see where everyone is, though, from JDG, and see they are quite split up. This is a kill angle, and Hongkyu goes down. Vampire needs to try and hookshot away, and does, but it leaves people a little isolated. Junja just about manages to buffer through with a safeguard out. Good kill there onto Hongkyu. It was late enough in the game as well. There's a lot of cooldown reduction on Heng. And that ult will be back up in no time, especially for this dragon. So that'll prevent good setup from JDG. Heng has gotten a lot of kills here. I do need to see other people starting to pick some up. But this Nocturne is dangerous here. If he gets to reset again, pick up something like a Steel Sigil, indeed will be building towards that GA is a big break point. Big break point for the side of LGD's jungler. 15 seconds on Dragon. It was looking really good from JDG. They were proactive. Couple key fights. Haven't gone quite as cleanly as they'd like. Heng's having a really good game. Has made people sweat for it. I think Crisp as well. Fairly solid on this Leona. Dragon alive. LGD have control. They do let JDG into the river. Gala, a known quantity. Trying to stay away from that banana bush, but is against the wall. Oh, just about has his flash up. Here we go. The contest is in. Hongkyu throws out the ball, looking his own people off. Birdall TP's in. It's won by Gala, who gets it with the Q. The shockwave denied by a scatter. That puts things into a tricky spot as the shockwave is part of the combo. The counter-strike makes this hard for Chris, who does go very low on the play, but now Xiaoshu forced to flash out. As Baldo takes a moment, Heng follows up with the Nocturne Paranoia. Another scatter as Birdall on the backside with the Paranoia, with the public execution rather, is on top of Vampire. But Gala will make it rain with a Cathian power. And ends up being a 2. Make 2 for 3 in favor of JDG right now. It's another bloody fight. Gala scatters, flashes away with a great killer instinct. And just about gets out. 3 for 3. Dragon to JDG. And everyone again throws their bodies on the line. Started looking all right for JDG, and then LGD had that Ambessa once again get into the backline. Of course, some serious problems. Gala, some clutch outplays there. The killer instinct to dodge the feathers into the flash away. A little unlucky not to pick up the kill there at the back end of it. So I'm assuming it's just Q timed with Smite from Gala and Junja. Might have just been an early Smite there from Heng. Well. It didn't even burn his. And then we see the players. Chris goes in. Counter-strike to buffer through. Gets a big old shield. Tries to get in. Can't quite kill Chris. And that makes things really tricky in the flash out. And then we see Paranoia in. Don't quite have the damage as the counter-strike comes in. Xiaoxiu eventually falls, but not before Junja manages to get in. Still falls for that journey into that backline. Remember, JDG's frontline not really that tanky. A lot of damage, a lot of mobility, but the health bar is somewhat limited. Baron secured, though, as we come back to life. The Solar Flare was around, but again, with no flash, no Paranoia, no real way for Heng to get into that pit without a blast cone. And now JDG suddenly find themselves with something to write home about. They got the Dragon. They get the Baron as well. And for all the fights have been close, LGD have not been picking up these objectives, and that's really hurting them now. Jack's frontline is survivable enough, it seems, for JDG. Xiaoya looking to get that turret quite step up for another auto. Has got 2.5 items. A lot of crit here. Went for the wild arrows to really have that scaling opportunity. I imagine going towards either the Flicker Blades or the Phantom Dance. I don't hate Phantom Dance with all these divers, actually. See what that Zeal turns into. But unfortunately, again, because of that replay, set up there on how we ended up in this position. Bit of a play in the mid lane. Xiaoxiu goes in with the counter-strike. Damage is good, but not necessarily exceptional. Vampire with the ball on top looks to go in. Shockwave combo! Puts Bird all over. Xiaoya gets the Featherstorm to deny it, and Vampire dies. The combo looked good. Trigger fingers were faster from LGD. Fast enough, at the very least, to make it all go so very wrong. Alas. And now LGD. Can you turn that into anything more? It denies a lot of the Baron play. Still going to deal with the fact that Jack's on a side lane and shoving away. Not the most fun there. I thought that looked pretty good, but maybe without Gala being able to go in, it wasn't quite enough. They lose their turret. The Baron power play amounts to very little here. Sole point to worry about as yet. Minute till Dragon. I think if LGD lose that, then again the game feels tricky. But they have managed to stymie a lot of what this Baron was supposed to be offering. Damage. Oh, Solar Flash just about avoided. Chris Hansen going quite deep as a result. Over the Raptor pit wall, and Gala just burns him down with the Acathian Rain. In they go with the Killer Instinct, but there's an exhaust as well. They get up that turret. Back end of this Baron, last dregs of it. They finally get that mid-tier 1, return to the scene of the crime, and this time, LGD don't have the tools to deal with it. Not this time.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Here we go, Hextech Ultimatum, Public Execution, try and buffer through some CZ, it's not there, and the Shockwave finally brings low the Ambessa. Birdle's had some good team fights, but still ended up dying a lot for it, and that's going to give Soul Point over as well, and suddenly JDG's advantage really does balloon to meaningful amounts. Gala's got himself a Terminus. I think LGD, unfortunately, it's begun to slip away from them properly now. They haven't been picking up the objectives. The fights have been cool. It is the Flicker Blades in for Xiaoya. Maybe there's a team fight where the Xayah can get yourself a win. Found a Baron. They will have 5 minutes to buy some time for another item or so. Tangyuan still doesn't have his completed Splinters of Wrath either, despite good farming. He's up 30 CS. Love, love, love to have that full set of upgrades. Like if the Nocturne had 2 less kills, 2 more on Tangyuan, we're having a different conversation. Making things a little bit trickier. Honkyu's gone for quite a defensive build here with the Rocket Belt on the arm guard. Makes some sense. Need to try and survive against quite a lot of upfront dive. You're here for setup. Burst is nice, but you've got damage in a comp like this. It's going to be good damage onto the Jax, who does arm guard initially. Try and hop away, does flash out there, delete strike. Solar Flare is there, and Xiaoxu is going to get dropped down. Xiaoye gets that one. Vampire needs to try and run away. Try and get a hold of this Skull Crab. Gala wasn't there, was shoving through mid. Might look to re-engage here, you know. I'm sure they did quite enough damage. The Void Seeker lands. Has gone for effectively an on-hit build. No Nash's Tooth. Went for the Terminus for more survivability. It's going to be Nash's 4th. Minute till Baron. 3.5 until Infernal Soul. Like. Have a look again at this replay. Xiaoxu step forwards. And there's a Force of Will. And he eats a lot of damage. And then the Golden comes on through. This is where things start to get harder for Nocturne. Because people start to get things like GAs and Zhonya's. And so your shotgun doesn't actually kill. And you can't double tap as Nocturne. Not really. You've got the GA, so at least when you do go in, not necessarily a one-way trip. The GA will give you that extra life to survive the onslaught of firepower that's likely going your way. Gala has now completed the Nash's Tooth. 4 items in. Xiaoye not quite there. Last Whisper alone. Setup. LGD in the river first. Get forced out of that mid lane bush. Crisp was there trying to hold the line. Can't. Too long, unfortunately, for him. Not this time. Birdall clearing out some wards. Baron still not started. 1.5 minutes until Dragon. It would be Soul for JDG. An important win. Again, they are 1-4 here. They need to start turning the ship around against LGD. They were expected really to be favorites. Again, we said this was a potential opportunity for LGD. The gap between the teams was closer than it should be or likely will be across the rest of the split, but it doesn't look like they're going to have that much opportunity. This Jack's becoming a real problem. As the split push continues, Birdall's going to be sent down to deal with it. No arm guard into Zhonya's completion yet. It's just a broken variety at this point. 50 seconds on Dragon. Enough wards there from JDG to say, LGD, yeah, you're not going to be able to take this in good order without us knowing about it. Doesn't mean it can't happen. Void Seeker on a Crisp will break that Celestial opposition. Knight's Vow done as well to try and keep Xiaoyu alive. I think that's not a bad idea in this game. A lot of burst, and again, we've seen it from JDG. The kill initially easy enough to get the extended fight get trickier as their health bar's quite low. In goes Junja, hopped out again, Scout of the Weak lands, and Junja's got to play with fire here. He's got a GA, so can handle that flame a little bit more riskily. Take a few more chances, some lower percentage moves. This fight will seal the game. No bones or mistakes about it. Chaoshu jumps onto Birdol, both top laners skirmishing off the side, and goes Vampire over the wall. Gets that Featherstorm, is now kicked out, is at least Chris. Some ults go down, Lee Sin wins it. Dunja wins the smite fight, so Soul is JDG's, and now LGD on the retreat. Chaya tries to flash away, but Dunja flashes to follow. Does get the GA, the scatter though, lands onto a Lee Sin, who's already taking a brief siesta with his work well done. Honkyu rocket belting aggressively forward to bring down Syndra. The Dark Sovereign dethroned. A clockwork ballerina will dance on her grave. Gala picks up another onto the Nocturne. Birdol attempts to run away. Flashes over the wall. He's got to try and clear some ways. He's got to pull Amara in. I don't think he's going to be given the opportunity. The public execution comes on down, and Honkyu just presses the arm guard button. And that game is done. Nothing more for LGT, the artist formerly known as Laogandia. Jingdong Gaming secured their second series win here in the LPL Summer Split. It has not been an easy ride. It has been an uncomfortable return to domestic play. But it will still be a series win. Good moments from them. Not perfect. Game 2 in particular. Great draft from the side of LGD with that Mundo clutch counter pick to make things challenging. Still some issues, I think, from JDG in their coordination, but I think Game 3 on the whole looked pretty good. A few overforces, a few overplays where they weren't quite getting the calculations right, but I appreciate the fact the proactivity is there. Still lots to do is they can't find the... trying to get Honkyu into the lineup.
比赛的胜利。
Oh, poor guy, couldn't find his way in. But the win is there. And a win is a win. Thank you for the 26 months, Solly. Appreciate you. We'll have a listen in to these interviews, and I'll leave you alone with them.
好，可以来到我的身边。 再一次恭喜你们拿下了今天比赛的这场胜利啊！刚刚回到我们的北京主场，作为一个主场作战的情况下就拿下了胜利。当然，今天这场对你们来说也很重要嘛，因为大家都想拿下第2胜。先分享一下感受吧。
最近的话，感觉我们状态非常不好吧，然后我们也在努力的调整中，然后也是非常需要这一场胜利。
其实也很想问一问嘎啦，因为面对可能有一些压力，然后包括队伍的可能状态没有那么拉起来的时候，你们都是如何去调整的呢？包括自己也在版本方面嘛，稍微有一些挣扎的情况下。
其实队伍状态不好的时候，一般就可能大家也没那么互相信任嘛。然后其实现在更重要的是我们互相信任，那样其他队伍才能做一些比较激进的操作。对。
那其实今天的比赛当中就可以看出来了，第一局的时候，对面前3手选出来这个"救救嘎啦"这几个字就已经写在脸上了嘛。一般我们有的时候会说 ，ADC 在这种情况下是很难去生存的，但是还是要努力的去做到。一般这种情况下，嘎啦是怎么去做的呢？冲阵比较多的时候，
就冲阵多，就最好选个有位移的吧。然后那把我也选了飞机这个英雄嘛，就比较没那么容易死。
今天我感觉你们在前期的一个对线期啊，都是做得非常非常的好的，因为每局基本上都有去配合到俊家来进行一个下路线杀的情况嘛。今天对于他们的下路做了什么样的预案呢？
当时打之前反正就跟小三说好，跟我们打好对线就行了，就对线打出优势。
其实我在后台有听到小蔡是非常积极的，一直在进行一个复盘，然后包括跟俊家去沟通的嘛。现在可能队内的一些指挥啊，包括去做一些资源团战的时候，是怎么去 call 的呢？
主要看我们的阵容吧，有的时候可能需要先让对面动容，然后有的阵容可能就需要我们站住位置先破格。
第3局其实，在第2局结束之后，第3局也进行了一个调整。就像嘎啦刚刚说到的一个情况下，只要互相信任，那就很敢去做一些操作。第3局是非常看你的发挥的，包括双 C 双方都是嘛。在咬得比较死的一个情况下，你们是如何去沟通的呢？
当时那个阵容对对面 AD 其实输出也很高嘛，然后我们打团的话，也主要就是想尽可能的让秦肯颖去开到对面 C 位，然后我们直接去把对面 C 位切死了。
那我们的第3赛段是差不多要过半的一个情况嘛，队伍现在肯定也在慢慢的回升当中了，包括队友之间也越来越信任。嘎啦有什么想要跟自己或者队伍说的吗？
希望我们可以每个人都找到自信吧，然后多去尝试一些 有风险的操作。
好，那也期待你们后面更好的表现了。也谢谢嘎啦来到我们赛后采访的环节，让我们把时间交还给解说区。
And back to us at the studio, so to speak. Looks like Xiaoshu getting MVP vote suggestions. I'm trying to think who I give MVP to here. Probably not. I mean, Xiaoshu had a very good Jax game. Probably not a bad shout, actually. Gala also fairly strong, aside from that one solo kill against him, which was a bit ugly, I grant you. It was a little ugly, I grant you. Good damage there in general. In fact, let me turn the camera off again so you guys can see some of these numbers. Oh gosh, I've got things all over the place. There we go, done. I think it... I don't know. I think maybe Xiaoshu was probably the more consistent player. I think Junja actually played a pretty good Lee Sin game early. Vampire started strong and then you ran into Camille issues, which is just, you know, that's Camille for you. That is just sometimes the way them apples break. Orianna death sound is so iconic. It's tough to give an MVP here to anyone on IMO. I don't think there was anyone to me that was overly stood out. Maybe Gala or Xiaoshu, like you say, but it was more like on LGD just collapsing. Yeah, I mean, also, basically, LGD didn't get the objectives. So they were forced to fight things they didn't really want to fight. And they just started, like, the fight started close enough, but they never actually got the prize to go with the fight, which really sucked. The fact they gave up Baron and then mitigated was good. And yeah, I don't know. Not enough for my money. Not enough. Maybe I'm being unfair here. Maybe I'm being unfair, but I don't think so is the problem. I genuinely don't think so. And that is tough to say. But there you have it. Bum ba dum bum. Oh, right, let me change the audio over as well. We'll see who the MVP is. It'll stutter a little bit while I switch things over. Hey, it will be Gala. Fair enough. Did a lot of damage. second MVP of the split. They've not done a lot of winning, so that's not really a surprise. And we probably ought to run some ads as well while I'm thinking about it. Good a choice as anyone? That's kind of what I'm thinking. Kind of where I'm at, Qatari. Every vote for Gala. I mean, he had some good team fights and some good dodges, some good mechanical moments for him, I grant you. Don't know whether I would have given him undisputed MVP. There we go. Always possible that the Chinese casters saw something I didn't. I am but one man. Good later engages, for sure. The Xerath, he also gets the MVP for the series. He played an okay Xerath game considering things fell apart on him. He was still unkilled. Managed to dodge out from the Mundo and stuff, trying to take his head off repeatedly. So, you know, credit where it's due. Played a very good Corki game. And as we said, got MVP for the Kaiser. Yeah, fair enough, Xiao. Again, I might have been tempted to put Xiaoshu in there, but again, the Renekton game weren't pretty. And actually, no, I take it back. The Rumble was really poor. The Rumble was really poor. I take it back. The Rumble was not it. I had, in fact, forgotten about that. He's getting a lot of... it's just good highlight reels. Just good highlight reels. He actually had a really good showing there. This is the one as well. This is a really good ult. Watch. I said flash in the moment, but it is... it's the ult away with the killer instinct is what it is. Just stays on the edge so well. Just dodges everything. Man alive. The more you look at it, the more you go, yeah, that was really clean. It's this ult in a second that's just really, really good. He steps forward to threaten Xiaoye, who sees the Feather Storm, and then flashes to try and gets the cleanse on the scatter. As Xiaoye tries to flash predict, and Gala's just on the other side of it. It's really nice. It's really nice. Player of the match is Gala. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. And it's just the highlight reels at this point. Okay. Do I want to refill on my tea? No votes for anyone else feels kind of bad. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at as well, honestly. I am going to stick this on. While I go and get myself... I need to move that up, actually. I've moved that. That's what's happening. Right, hang on. Text. Can I not move that? Yeah, that's probably more like... Okay, cool. It's not going to be coffee. It's going to be tea, but we're going to do it. I shall return shortly. Oh. Next series inbound. I imagine this one is probably a little more one-sided, but we shall see. But we shall see. Hello there. Right. Sorry, I know we got stuff going on. Let me get the audio up and turn the text off. Oh, fresh tea acquired. Need to do this and this and this.
应该非常非常的渴望去拿下首胜。进入赛前有什么决心吗？
Oh,
希望能打出我们
hello, chap.
应有的东西就够了。
好，比赛见。
EDG are playing with JDG today, so far as we know. The jungle swap has come on through. Why have I lost chat? Ugh. Twitch app, stop falling
好的，在赛
apart
前
on
我们
me.
请到了滔博的卓选手，先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是top 的辅助选手卓。
这个赛段大家肯定是要冲击一个更高的排名的嘛。那对于你们来说，觉得面对 EDG 这种偏比较稳定运营的队伍，取胜关键在哪儿呢？
我觉得比起考虑对手，更多的是
Nini, what the hell that drink is, Yanni? It's called Warhorse.
这一次的比赛要比上一次的游戏内容要好一些。
They have done some League of Legends themed cans of it. So my brother has a JDG drink, which is gin on it, and also the Ari can. Also good to see Yanni. For those of you who don't follow Yanni, you should. Is an excellent caster working on the LPL English program. So please do make sure you're giving them a follow. Love their work. Always great to see people putting loads of effort in to get good at the craft. So we stan our fellow casters where we can. You're gonna make me cry. Well, don't you dare. This is what we do. We look after each other. It's a cold world out here in esports. You give the warmth where you can. Right, the cam can go back on now. There we go. Hello. It's just me today. Alex is taking a day off, understandably, because he had to solo cast most of the series over the weekend, which was quite a lot. It does mean I'm on a slightly janky setup, but it has largely been okay. But yes, there are other things I could say about Warhouse that I probably can't. Drop me a DM, and I could share you some of the rumors. But yeah, very famous energy drink out in China. Done some really cool League of Legends stuff, and they do the Warhorse sippy drinks. If you wonder what I've been doing in the background, I've literally just been doing a little bit of Stardew farming while we had the big old pause with the dead draft that wasn't working. If only you were sponsored, or maybe not. I know, right? I know, right? So, realistically, Top Esports should look at EDG, laugh in their face, and murder them. Repeatedly. Top Esports have largely been looking pretty good this split. Domestic Top Esports still a thing. Seen one or two duff games from Tien here or there. One or two duff games from Jackie and crew. But on the whole, I think Top Esports have looked pretty all right. I didn't see too many of the games over the weekend, so perhaps I'm misrepresenting them. Back to us, but they are on stage. I think they'll be doing some tech tests because they'll do their walkouts and stuff as well. Been doing a lot of those. Darjeeling tea, good for the soul. Let me just quickly check something. 2 secs, guys. Cool. Not a problem. That's that fine. Ugh. Should be getting into draft fairly shortly. I think for EDG, obviously JJ coming on in, was once their world's winning jungler with a little assistance. A few names you might recognize. I believe it was Junjo, wasn't it, who was the background jungler there before moving over to the LCP. The JJ has himself a Viego skip. Of course, with Flandre potentially out in the cold, could, of course, likely be signed for BLG, but maybe we end up with the top jungle re-signing from the EDG era of old. Trying to bring Scout back from the LPL. Team would be kind of fire if that happened. Honestly, I would be down for it. I think it's a possibility, which is crazy to think about, but I think it genuinely is. Like, that's where we could end up, guys. Whether that happens or not, another matter entirely. We have got ourselves, though, the walkout EDG coming on in. They are in the JDG Beijing Arena with those monster screens behind him. Quite the sight, huh? Quite the sight.
Edward Gaming. JDG, ZDZ, Bulldog, Leaf, Parukia.
The ever crispy mics will never leave. I really couldn't think of a player worse than 2025 Scout, and then I met 2026 Bulldog. I think 2025 Scout was under a lot of duress. Much better than the IG Arena. Oh, yeah. Good music for it as well. Minus Weiwei plus JJ. Okay, yeah, that's the one. I think Weiwei, I think, for my problem with Weiwei is he plays one start. He's not consistent enough. Not that JJ is that consistent either, but I trust JJ around objectives more than nearly any other jungler in the league. I have issues with his early pathing sometimes. I have issues if he falls behind, and he can sometimes just go AFK, which gets really annoying. And that should, to be fair, that should not be happening.
Top Esports. Tequila, Fuyan, Tian, Kren, Zhuo.
Here they come. Top Esports, the favorites here. Make no mistakes about that one. I would be very surprised indeed if they didn't have some firepower of their own to work with here. This is a team that I think people are expecting to be very, very good domestically. Domestic top esports is not, I repeat, is not international top esports. It is a different beast entirely. And they are not to be trifled with. On to stage we go for our second series of the day. Of course, it's JDG's home arena, so I think a fair number of people have begun to skirt out as their hometown team has already won and done well. Can't complain too much about that, can you? Into draft should be not too far away, I think. I said that with a certain amount of uncertainty, which is not a good sign, really, is it? But there we are. Dun, dun, doo, doo, doo. Should be getting into draft, I would imagine, within the near future. A little bit of setup here. Were a couple issues earlier on, it must be said, so I'm hoping it's all been resolved. Who knows? But who knows? Oh. Bisto. Bisto. JJ joins the roster, was immediately made captain. Honestly, that might even be why he's brought in, because I think he was struggling to actually have a leadership role on Weibo Gaming. Because again, there was a lot of very veteran players on there who clearly wanted to play the game in very different ways. And they looked increasingly hold my beer like. If that makes sense to you. We are taking a while to get into draft here, aren't we? What's going on? What's going on? I think for EDG, a bit of leadership might not be a bad idea. Of course, Leave, I still quite rate. I think he's been really creative in his drafting. I think he's got some cool picks to him. I think he's still a good AD carry player with real ceiling to him. Of course, as Nitron's making a slightly biting comment in chat, there is still that old drama between JJ and Leave, where Leave was once on burner accounts slamming Leave, which is kind of alarming, isn't it? But there you go. Oops, as they say. Can't be this hard, right? Supposedly they made up. Good. I'm hoping so. I mean, it's been a while ago, right? And again, I think I know enough people, I know myself, right, that have been, you know, when you are 17 and annoyed is a very different thing to a couple years later when you've done a little bit of growing up and you go, I'm sorry, that was out of line. Do. Love this music. Into draft we are proper now. So, Cass, Ori banned away from Cream in particular. Though it's worth noting, Jaculov has actually been one of our better mage bot players. Zerath was excellent. There's a few other ones to a passable level. I thought the Syndra was okay too, if memory serves. Neferi banned away from JJ, yep. Alongside the Vayne from ZDZ. And a Poppy. Parkia does enjoy it, but of course JJ also a great proponent of it. The Jace is a flex. Cream used to be a big enjoyer of it. Is also something that go into the jungle. But it does leave something spicy up. Once upon a time, Cream was the best Kiana in the world when he was winning worlds. Hovering over a few of his most famous options. Jarvan's up as well. Taking the Vi away from JJ, though, I think is no bad idea. But I think JJ then probably just looks at a Jarvan and feels happy about it, no? This is going to end up being a JJ into Jarvan combo. You could Kiana Rise if you really wanted to. That's the other thing. How aggressive does JJ want to be? What do you think we need to see for players to be willing to flex Kiana back into mid? Kiana has two major issues in mid. Her level 1 is appalling. Genuinely appalling. She does not have a level 1 in lane, which means you can never fight for prio around things like camp. So she'd need a better level 1 or a way to survive it. Number 2, she has no sustain in lane. In lanes where poking and resetting and everything else is so important. So she'd need a way to get sustain in her kit through lane. The fact that neither of those two things are available basically means her levels 1 through 6 are just non-viable. Not at a pro level, not into majors. So either a way to avoid mid lane for the first, like, 2 levels, or a way for her to have a better level 1. Probably would be step 1. They've actually gone towards the Ezreal because they don't have to lock jungler quite yet, and they can wait to see what the rest of the comp looks a bit like. Cream could look Ahri here. Cream could also, they could also look for the Rumble. You have the Vi Rumble comp. Basically, Vi plays paparazzi and keeps a celebrity locked down on the red carpet. And they get roasted online and in the game, is the plan. I presume not first picking mid. Well, yeah. Yeah, you'd have to do it as a counter pick as well. I just don't think there's that many matchups to the Kiana right now that are as good. Also, Prowler's Claw being gone means a lot of her kill combos mid kind of disappeared. She's still good with the Voltaic and stuff. But still. I think the thing is, at least in jungle, you get to ignore a lot of your early issues and actually have quite good clear. Are we Nasusing? Oh, go on. It absolutely murks Vi. Shyvana's fun. Seen a little bit of that. Kanavi's been playing it over in the LPL. These are hovers right now, though, so exactly what JJ has been looking towards will be a question. Jarvan would be the default, right? See a lot of it into the Vi. It's a good setup with everything else. Flexible, mobile, does everything, can level 2 gank, can level 3 gank, has unusual pathing options, can full clear, scales are right, team fights well. There's not a lot that Jarvan doesn't offer, at least to a good level. Of course, don't have the hot pot with the Rumble, but it's still just fine. Kiana would have been the more exciting choice, but a lot more risky. Wouldn't have hated it with the Rise. I do like it. I think Kiana Rise was a really big LPL special. Rise with the Rune Prison basically means that Kiana can't miss her Edge of Ixtal when it comes out of the river with the Ice Blade. It's a bad time. Hello, Ultramarina. How are you doing well? I hope you're doing well. Hey, Marina, in general. Lucian gone. And the Ambessa. That makes some sense. You've got the Ezreal, so you've got a lot of options with what to pair that with that can roam. ZDZ's options getting narrowed even further. There's the Corki. We have seen Corki just come right back into it, haven't we, guys? Hey, Tish. Tissue sold me Fent is an incredible name, by the way. It took me a second to read what that one says. Don't know who Tishu is, but clearly they are part of the scourge upon the states. Boy. Well, that's a statement I've had to make today. Bug where sometimes you see 2 of his ultimates. That's what's going on with the Maokai. Thanks for that, Yanni. I didn't actually know that was what the bug was. Appreciate you. Barred away from Palkia. Yeah, fine. Nara's a blind pick. I mean, okay. We've seen that get counted more than we'd like, and it's into Zuian, right? The Vayne's gone, but he is an Olaf enjoyer. Not an awful Olaf angle, honestly. The Jarvan's the only thing that really annoys you here. Nautilus. Bajor. Why we switched Era out for Jua, I still don't know. I think Era was on a real step forwards. Thank you again for the 22-month Cynical Reese, by the way. I got it straight from Kensington and Philly. Yanni, what are you doing in my Twitch chat? What are you doing in my Twitch chat? Yeah, Corky Wild can be outranged, can play safe in the 1v1 or 2v1. Yeah, exactly. And he plays a lot of men, like AoE. Yeah, exactly. Also into a lot of, like, mobile majors. He's got a lot of opportunities to kind of, like, all in them in a way a lot of other ones don't. Gone towards Avaris for more pick and a bit more 2v1 potential. Fine. Actually, I was talking about Zuyan with the counter pick. He'd already got the Rumble. Unless we were seeing the Rumble support, I was just out of my mind there. Sorry, guys. Varus is fine. We saw it was into the Rumble. That was me just fading out a little bit there. What happened with Maokai? Why is he now allowed? He is not. He's still banned. If you check at the center of your screen over that way, you can see the little Maokai global ban just above the EDG and TES names. Not allowed. Yanni was just saying, basically, there are some graphical bugs where sometimes he ends up double casting or looking like he's double casting ult when it's just the one. Leave is on a champ with a dash. This will go well. He does occasionally dash into the sun, it must be said. You mean Feng Yue? Yes, I do. I do mean Feng Yue. I think I just said because and Zhou replaced each other a hell of a lot as well last year between the Weibo stuff. But yes, I meant Feng Yue, who I don't think should have been switched out. I think he had a really good debut and was really stepping up. Though I will say, it looked like TM was dragging him all over the place. And maybe it's just TN saying, look, I just need a support who's a bit more knowledgeable and experienced on the map. But we are about to end again. We're going to run some ads. If you don't want to see ads, then subscribe. Thank you very much. Also, consider doing so with the power of a regular sub to help us get to it towards part of peace. What some passionate fans. Bit of trading early on, not too surprising. Bulldog as a replacement for the various mid laners that we have seen from EDG this year. Angel getting subbed out, top Esports. A bit of a chunk going on down in Joe, and Jackie gets exhausted. Nice trade there from EDG. Tien also in danger. He needs a level 2 Vi. He doesn't have a lot to go with. There's a Conqueror stack. I think he's going to have to flash. Tries to get the flash shield off the Gromp. Level 3 secured. Not quite. Flash away from GEG. Man alive, that was close, Tien. I would have been tempted to flash there. I'm not going to lie to you all. He gets away with it, is what he does. He gets away with it. Last chance to get those points in. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. The trading bot side leave. Just about okay here. Crash down. We're all right. Exhaust has already been traded, as we saw. Very aggressive trading early on here. Not led to anything crazy spicy as yet, but some summoners here and there. Bit of trading onto Palcube, crashes down away. Again, once upon a time, it was his Rel that was his most famous pick. He struggled a little bit on his return to pro, having been out in the cold for a second or two. Just about okay here. I did get nervous for him, I won't lie to you all. The trading good. Swian got the shove early, and the early lanes, these so far, top Esports I think relatively happy with the exception of Leave, of course, bot side having a really good showing right now. Decent chunks coming on down. Cream and Bulldog just having a moment. Bulldog always been a mage player, really. His issue has been his effective champion pool. His effective champion pool, what is he really good at, is often very limited. It's been a real problem as he's come through into best of fives. Once upon a time was great at things like the Tristana, right, which he made his name on. Nice chunk there onto Jaw. Ain't been simple outside of that. Jackie grunting as you all want to do on the Varus. Backs away. Cream be autoing. Not too much excitement. Palkia with the heal. Trying to get on top of Jackie. Good sidestep. The Shattering Strike into the crash down. Make things dicey as leave. Just hop straight on top of him. Body block from Jaw, but it's not enough to keep Jackie alive. Really good from EDG's bot lane. None of this roaming support madness. Go for the 2v2 kill. Well, 2v1 really, because Jackie was alone for a long time there. And just ain't safe enough on the Varus. Really good from Palkia in particular. It's the full tilt with the heal. Jackie tries to sidestep it, but can't find the dodge. Doesn't have the teleport and will now find himself down a significant amount of gold. EDG found themselves a win condition. Leave in a good spot. Has gone for this Doran's Helm, plus the Jack of all trades, I suspect, with the Inspiration secondary. That is the combo, guys. If you're going to go for the Doran's Helm as an AD carry, pick up Jack of all trades off Inspiration on your secondary. Get yourself all those bonus extra stats and feel happy about your life. Much better that way. Bonks a cannon. Full tilt. Palkia goes crashing down. There's a hook. Damage is decent. JJ's here. That's the Aftershock down. That puts Jack into a horrible spot. Remember, he has no flash, no ult, no dream. JJ with an excellent gank. Very nicely managed. The priorities there. JJ is having a nice little nod of his head going, yep, that felt good. That felt good. Jarvan's always been his pick for me. Of course, the Viego once upon a time as well. But right here, right now, he's feeling pretty nice. Oh, what have I done there? How have I done that? That's wild. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Bonk the Chem Dragon. Top Esports to at least get that. EDG, you know what? JJ comes in. Played through bot lane well. Leave and Palkia having a really good showing so far. Jackie of no flash is now 0-2. Once upon a time was one of the very best poke Varuses in the league. Being set this far behind this early ain't great news for Top Esports. They've got carry potential elsewhere, but they do want this Varus to not be a lost condition. Yeah, we'll see. Leave, on occasion, is an exceptional team fighter. Really, really good, but he does have those moments of madness in the mid lane. A few of our AD carries do. Gala's been having them a lot recently. Isn't great news. Chem Dragon's gone. Grub's up. Jarvan's heading over. Imagine that'll be the next port of call, rather, for JJ. Likely if it wasn't, really. Varus just doing his best to keep farming. Will be the poke Varus. I'm still not sold on poke Varus in this meta, guys. It allows you to survive stuff, but I still think it's very underwhelming. Maybe it's just a deal with the champion's kit. Maybe they need to have another look at him. I feel like him only needing his Q to be useful in lane is a problem. Maybe stacking the Q behind some other stuff might help. Zian is about to get ganked by Bulldog, but TN is here. And they'll call it off any further. So it'll be an ult from Bulldog. TN a known quantity. Bit of damage here and there. Into the river we look. Top Esports. Just here, on a 5 some vision. There's a hook as well. Now we have a bit more of a conversation as they do get a good old amount of damage. And there's Palkia running away, just about surviving. The flag and drag is good from JJ, but it's not enough to keep Dream from getting Palkia on the other side. Xian gets in with a really good Vault Breaker and a flash. And suddenly EDG fall apart. Zwian's on the roam down, and Bulldog gets caught by the Equalizer Ryan's retreat into the Vault Breaker on the red carpet. Flashes away from that harpoon, otherwise I think he really would have been dead. Let's get the speed away, and the harpoon just shy. So I'm going to be slightly annoyed not to pick up that kill, I think. Two kills for Top Esports unanswered. Necessary. TN gets involved. Dream gets involved. Malignant and Dark Seal stacks in. We love to see it. The early Dark Seal is important on the RE4. This reason we'll look at this replay. So leave isn't there. Is a lot of this. And so they say, right, we have the man advantage, let's go. Depth charge through 2, change to Corruption Land. Dream gets Rune Prison briefly, but they can't keep Palkia safe as they get the ward down. Very nice from Dream to use your ward as you're mid-fighting to ensure they have vision. Vault Breaker Flash gets JJ, and then they're unlucky not to get Bulldog as well there, honestly. I think they played that quite well on the whole. Alas for Yorick. He's not in this game, actually, so I don't know why I'm talking about Yorick. But there you go. Dragon's up. EDG coming over to try and fight this, I think. Bit of chunking here and there. Just in the river, coming through this bot lane. That's where they've managed to find a lot of priority early on. Two-shot barrage, tag Jaw. Nice little mystic shot after to catch Jacula. Take about 10 to 15% of his HP bar. Trinity Force is complete. That makes a nice spike there for the Ezreal. With them zoned off, Top Esports might struggle to get involved here a little bit more. Finding over this vision, charm wide. That's going to give EDG a little bit more license to step in. Palkia is left a little low here from some poke back, though. There's no honey fruit in the river as yet, so maybe they just say, discretion's a better part of valor. We got the vision, we can't start the dragon too freely. ZDZ kind of doing fine into Zui. And it feels like the Rumble, part of the reason we've seen a little less of it is it hasn't been as dominant in lane as it once was. Still very strong in the team fight, still very strong in the skirmishes, still a fine laner, but isn't pulling ahead those big CS leads we used to take for granted whenever Rumble was in the game. Bit of a fight over the dragon. The hook comes down, and Top Esports take that opportunity. We talked about to go for that one. Rune Prison's in, the chains of corruption. JJ dead. That's too far. That's far too far. They do manage to go into the backside briefly with the Mega Gnar, but it's just not coordinated. And Top Esports begin to run rampant. Cream looking for a little bit more, can't quite find it. The Realm Warp out keeps Bulldog safe, but GJ, ZDZ, and Palkia just a little bit disconnected, honestly. Try to come and contest. The Dragonfly can't quite leave. Does go in. He's dashed forwards into 4. What are we doing? Can't get Jackie and gives up another. Speaking of leave, making some unnecessary hold my beer plays with the dashes. We'll have a look at this. So Palkia's here. They think they can play this, but it is a 4v3 at this point. The Charmed wide. GJ goes looking for the Flying Dragon and doesn't find it. Dream's really good with the turnaround. Jackie lands the chains of corruption, and finally ZDZ is here, finally Lever here, but it's too little, it's too late. It's a good Mega Gnar, but you've lost your jungler, you've lost your support, and Bulldog and Leave aren't in position to get any more. And then Leave sees Jackie and goes, yeah, I can take this, but Cream's still got ult. And Leave nearly manages to get a flash buffer through, but it's just too far. Doesn't land that last Mystic shot. He was going 1-for-1 there anyway. I don't think he's the worst player in the league, Kilometer Kevin. And I don't even think the builds are that bad. I do actually think his builds are at least with good thought process. And often, myself and Alex have done a fairly decent job, I feel, of explaining why he's doing what he's doing. Things like the Shadow Flame build on the Kai'Sa were legitimate builds. And I still think Leave is actually very good stacking, good farming, is a good team fighter, but he does just sometimes take the unnecessary play forwards. That was just a very easy run at Bulldog, really. Had a ghost, but no other way out, and they just get to jump on him with a flash. Easily done. Jewel doesn't get caught there. Storm is there. ZDZ's going to hop over the back of the wall. I think this probably puts the Nautilus into a difficult position. Can try and dredge line out, but I don't know to what avail. Blue shot barrage does tag him. He's going to turn that into the Herald. Nice little moment for EDG. But yeah, I would contest he's the worst player in the league. I actually think he's quite a good AD carry. Not that he's without his flaws, and I do agree that he sometimes overplays in those mid lane moments with the flashes and dashes a bit too much. But I think it would be, you know, if you're gonna be a dedicated hater, that's completely fine. Not here to judge you on that one. But as someone who's got to be a little bit more objective, I guess, or attempt to be. But I get the frustration. I do. Bit of a play topside. Cream survives. EDZ's been rooted up. JJ's here. The depth charge. JJ buffers through with the Cataclysm. There's a lot of damage back. The staggering blows in the Martial Cage is order gets him some autos back on that Nautilus. Leave does go down some way mid lane. I'm assuming it's a Vial. Yeah, I mean, doesn't have any ways out there. I think Arcane shifted under the turret, but you don't have any more you can do there. Unfortunately for EDG, don't get anything under that topside turret for defense from Jor. Well, from being 2 kills to the good, is now 2 and 2. Unfortunate couple deaths there for Leave. Mid-game woes continue. Top Esports now find themselves up 4,000 gold and 2 dragons. That's a lot of gold. And considering Jackie Love was 0 and 2 to start the game, is right back in it. The problem is it's elsewhere, right? Tien is so fed on his Vi. As is Cream. This mid-jungle's in a fantastic spot. I'm hoping that Actuator gets turned into a Shadow Flame, but I see the Kindle Dip. It'll be a Rocket Belt, which is very disappointing. Has at least stacked the Dark Seal, so hopefully it becomes a Meadows after. Big roar of the Mega Gnar. Good damage onto this turret as Young goes golden. Trying to survive. The equalizer's down. The audio gets crispy because the clean feed is having a bit of a mare of it all. EDG get low, but don't go down, and Zuian does fall for the first time there. The mid lane turret traded, though. Leave autos the blast cone for no real reason, but does. Herald topside. EDG continue to try and make as much of this topside advantage as they can. JJ's around to will spot him alongside Palkia, but now he's potentially in danger, actually. Marshall Caden's also gets some HP bar back for JJ alongside that Sundered Sky. TN's there, though, and Palkia is dead. There's just too many members. Again, top esports have just often been in place with more members than on the other side. Goes a little wrong, is perhaps the kind way of putting it. Dragon's going to go to top esports, partly as a result of this as well. Easy as you like. Bit of a chunk onto Cream, has to ult. Yeah, he'll take it. Does manage to get out. Just being a little bit playful with it. Now mid lane, Leave, he's very far up, and behind him is Tien. He had no turret behind him. Leave, what are we doing? Do we really need to kind of take the 1v1 with Jackie? I assume because they saw enough people bot, they thought they might have an angle. Leave in this mid game, that's just not necessary, is it? I know you're on the Ezreal, but you've got to be a bit more aware. It's not a 1v1. It goes, as they say, awry. Cream does go down there at the very least. JJ just about goes down. It was a close run thing. It was a very close run thing. But the work is done. There's a look at that replay. As Cream was being chased around on a gallivanting journey, and they've got this control wall behind. So Leaves thinking, right, I can shove up this wave, get this going elsewhere. Thinks he'll be safe as the rest of the players happening bot side, but Tien's just slipped behind Vision. Actually, you know what? Credit to Tien. That's a really good angle. That's a really good angle from Tien. Cleanly managed. Well played. And now it feels like top esports. Look, the gold lead's not that crazy. It was 4,000. Problem is they're at Soul Point. They're at Soul Point, aren't they? And that is just less fun. Is a nice way of putting it. Bit of a hurt. DDC hot. Dragon minute half. That will be the break point, I fear. That will be the break point. But we shall see. Bet that old hook in here. That's right. That's right. Yeah. Don't know why I've gone with this voice, but we're here. 45 seconds until the Infernal Soul. I'm just bumming it. I don't think I'll do the team fight cast now. Jackie's gone Sabotage, I just realized as well. I just blanked on that. Leave's still only at 1.5 to 2 items. The Monomanican transformation is complete. It's just going to be a little too late. We shall see, I suppose. Ooh, boy, that's a lot of damage. Goodbye, GG. Goodbye. Bye. Bye. Bonk him some more. Bonk him, I say. Ooh, triple kill to Jackie. Are they trying to give this to more? Not gonna happen. As the ace comes on down for the Rumble.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
EDG's mid-game macro is still appalling. The early game is fair enough. He brought in JDG and they just looked uncoordinated as yet. But hey, in a recent shift, we see how it looks in a week or two. Right now, top Esports look much more comfortable. TN having a stormer here on the bike. Have a look at this replay again. I mean, it really just is. TN comes over the wall. He's level 15 to level 13. They flag and drag, get it interrupted, and just absolutely turn Infernal to Jarvan, who gets broken in half. Cream gets over the wall, jumps onto Leave, who does manage to get out briefly, but you're into a Vi and an Ahri. The chase down is strong, always been one of the better combos into the likes. Ezreal, Zeri back in the day as well. Bulldog, once again, not really involved in these team fights. Isn't really a good sign, it must be said. Bit of a chunk here again as TN forward GG escapes this time with the flash. There's a problem on the other side though, as they get more damage onto DDZ, who is having a bad time, and he is dead. The attempted rumble bouncers get you just about to safety, but you're still down 2 members, including your jungler. Leave will look for a true shot barrage, but it was always a bit of a roll in the dark, shot in the dark. Baron goes down. Top Esports will pick that one up post-haste. And with that, with Infernal Soul, the game is over. Leave steps in, tries to get some damage on the Cream, but he's just not winning these trades anymore. He's got 3 items. I get what he's thinking, trying to get something here. It's just not going to be the opportunity. I find I'd be a little bit nervous about Cream with that Medjay very much stacked. Well, stepping on forwards even. Doesn't quite have the ult up in time. Hey, Zara, good to see you. JJ having to smite away Guns and Crux to try and hold on to something here. Jackie's here. I like that. I'm wondering why everyone's building Sabotage. Has there been changes to Sabotage I've missed? They adjusted it again. I wonder. Bit of a chunk here again. Well, out come these autos and the cannon minions shoving. Cream gets a charm onto ZDZ. The Infernal Soul damage is good. There's the electrocute. 2-shot barrage doesn't really do all that much. I think EDG just don't have the wave clear, do they? It's looking tough. There's the equalizer. The red carpet is there to lay out a very warm welcome indeed for Palkia. Out comes the hail of arrows. Flame spitter down. Inhibitor down. Cream looking for some more. Lands the charm on his ZDZ. He does go down for it. That's a nice little punishment, JJ, but I think it is too little too late. They'll tear a few pages out the book, but the autographs are still there in force, and unfortunately, still lost another member for making it happen. The wave clear is here, TPing back in. Inhibitor number 2 will fall. Meganar about to time out. They TP in. There's a big old shield there. They Meganar in back. There's a flamethrower on the barbecue. Is strong. Dredge line there. Nexus turrets are paper before a sabotage Varus. Leave is forced to leave again. 2 and 5 from 2 and 0. Everyone on EDG looking at their KDAs and wincing. It has not been close after the first 10 minutes. Tien and Cream got rolling and pulled back a slightly unfortunate early game into a much more dominant and incredibly potent mid game. Well, folks, that was a game of all time. I think it's going to be Tien who gets the MVP here. Really strong recovery after a tough early game. Really strong recovery after a tough early game. It was looking a little bit difficult when we saw, like, well, you know, the early game Varus looking pretty dodgy. All that stuff. It just didn't matter. And it just didn't matter. Sometimes that's just the way of it. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. I think it's going to end up being an email. Yeah, I mean, yeah. NA Bulldog waiting room. Oh, I mean, maybe. The thing is, Bulldog on his champions is good, but he is so inconsistent. And we saw it with LNG, right? The problem is, if Bulldog isn't involved in a game, he's absent. Like, he's just absent. Like, this Rise did good. Like, did 12.3k damage. Did nothing this game. JJ at least made some proactive moves, particularly early. I think later on he was going too deep without the team really being able to back him up. But I think that's a coordination issue, not necessarily like an individual player issue, quite the same way. 0, 3, and 1. He got involved in 1 kill. 1 kill, that isn't good enough. And I think there's going to be a lot of fingers pointed at Leave, but I actually would have more of an issue with Bulldog just being completely out of this game. Like, what did he do? We saw 1 or 2 realm ups that didn't work out, and he just looks entirely disconnected from the team. And that is not good news, everybody. It's not good news, everybody. I thought he was bad on LNG, to be honest. I did too. I think especially once we started saying, hey, well, how's the champion pool looking, Bulldog? It wasn't. Yeah, like, Tien's got to do some pretty crazy stuff, really. Just got to do some really crazy stuff. TP away. It's going to be a Tien MVP, though. He was so good on this fight. It's always been one of his best picks. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Bam bam ba do 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 ding ding do do ding ding do 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 do. Oh, I'm getting who you're at it. I'm getting who you're at it. Hoo-yah! No! Hoo-yah! Probably time to change over our audio as well. It'll be TN as MVP. Yeah, what a surprise. It's not. What a surprise. It's not. It's not a surprise. He was really good. This is what I need to do. That's the one we need. There we go. Very nice, very nice. That's the one. Are you playing? Hello there. Sessions Diana. Posture check. Yes, Ollie. Should do that. Oh, in fact, I'll tell you what, guys. I'm going to get myself a quick little snacky snack, so I'm eating something today. I'll be right back in a second. But I'm going to get myself Scotch egg because I need to eat. I want to say cream. Actually, might be Zui on that, actually, off the pause. 1 second. I'm going to mute this. No. No. Okay.
来看看正确答案是 OK， 他是 LPL 历史上最年轻的 S 赛冠军 AD 选手，他就是 Jackie Love 宇文波。
Jackie，
来有请我们工作人员送上李宁赞助的我们的队服一件。哎，你已经有了是吧？没事儿，大家也可以分享一下。OK， 好的，恭喜你们啊！大家可以看到，今天现场的观众们都非常的有意思，每个人都准备了自己的一些应援来到现场啊。那接下来的话呢，我们就把时间期待到我们下一场的比赛当中。
Nom. God bless Scotch eggs. What wonderful foodstuffs. British food, they can never make me hate you. They can never make me hate you. Oh, actually, it's called chat again. I was like, where's my chat? I was like, oh, yeah. Ooh, looking at some other fun skins. I was looking around at my screen, like, where's my chat? I was like, oh yeah, it's not there. It's not there. We're on ads now. Hopefully we won't get them in draft or in game, which would be nice. If you don't want the ads, then, well, subscribe, guys. That's the plan. Dun 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 dun. Should be into draft, I would imagine, fairly shortly. I think for EDG, the early game isn't going to be the issue. It's going to be their mid-game decision-making. I hate the way they set up objectives. I hate the way they track enemy players and think where they're safe or not. And because the answer is often they're just not. The answer is often they're just not. Which isn't going to work. In the grand scheme of things, it's going to get them in a lot of trouble. I think on the other side of top Esports, they are just in a really good position, guys. They're looking pretty clean. I think the early game was a little bit alarming bot side. I think Jackie dying a couple times there was very unnecessary. I think they didn't quite respect the 2v1 particularly well in the early levels weren't fantastic. But again, they've switched junglers out supports how many times now? Not exactly making TN's life easy, or Jackie loves, for that matter. But into draft we go. Some of these questions may well get answered very shortly. We shall see. So, the Orianna and the Cassiopeia remain banned, not giving those up to EDG this time. On the other side, the Akali away from Cream, alongside the Neferi away from TN. It does feel like Neferi is the premier carry. Poppy. Neferi premier carry for jungle, specifically, to clarify that statement. What's our final ban here? Vi and Jarvan often are our game 1 junglers, so could be looking at something like a Kiana. Could be looking at something like a Nocturne ban here as well. Syndra, a viable option as well if you don't want to deal with that. Feels like the Mel bot has really disappeared. Lock instead. But I think with first pick now the way of EDG, are they going to take the Orianna's gone. Syndra's up. Bulldog does love a Syndra. It's flexible. Can go bot. It's a stacking champion, so immediately something Leave will be having his eyes gleaming about. What are we responding with? Nocturne's up, Lucian's up. Jackie wanting the Lucian. Anything flexible we could think about at this point. Cassiopeia isn't available, and Syndra's often been a good answer into it. You can Xerath potentially outspace her, especially if you think she's going bot. But the Milio, just to take it with the Lucian and prevent any particular takeaway, again, unlikely really. You don't really see very much Milio outside of the Lucian lanes. Does help into Syndra quite a lot, because you can Breath of Life to cleanse off the stun, and also take you up above execute threshold, which could be quite huge. Camille. Difficult into the Milio. Not impossible, but you have to be very aware of the Q cooldown on the Milio. It can interrupt your hookshot quite well, and again, that Breath of Life at the level 6 can cleanse out the hookshot stun. Not the Hextech ultimatum, it must be said. But then wanting this roaming option for Palkia to go with potentially the Lee Sin. We saw this combo from JDG earlier today. They had that paired with the Orianna, of course. I think the Lee Sin would make more sense for me, as JJ is a good Lee Sin player. Gives a lot of agency to the jungle support to make moves happen, especially because the Milio isn't able to follow the roams quite so cleanly. Ziggs would be the premier combo with the Camille, though, and they feel like they'll have enough in the jungle pool to get away with it. So they'll go this one, and again, you lock people inside the cage, Ziggs gets to blow them up, and also Ziggs very happy to be left in a 1vx scenario while the Camille goes gallivanting off other parts of the map. Baiting a Skarner for themselves. They've got the Milio, so it can't be cleansed. Galio instead, a possibility. Skarner it is. Has kind of seen a little bit of a resurgence here or there. Bum ba ba dum bum ba ba dum. Second phase of bans. Trundle, yeah, you've got the Scarlet. You don't want to get pillared / have your stats stolen. Can be very annoying. Would be pretty good here with the fact that you've got the Camille already. So do some pretty annoying work there. Don't need to be full engage at that point. Olaf ban against Shuyan. I think it might be a Vayne ban here as well, you know. Try and give ZDZ something to work with. Oh, but the Jace as something that's blind pickable. JJ is also someone who runs the Jace jungle. It's worth noting. Ooh. To stretch out my knee. I'm imagining this is a Vayne ban. Unless they have a Malphite. Unless they have a Malphite. There's the Vayne. So, what are we picking? It's going to be for mid lane. They know it's into the Syndra at this point. So, what do you want to do, Kreen? You could Yone with the Skarner, but I think Yone in general hasn't felt that great of late. Victor might just be fine here. Good with the Skarner. You can pull people onto the gravity fields. Unless they want to blind pick Renekton. Just take that away from ZDZ and leave the counter pick to Cream because he's got something spicy planned. Okay. Okay. Mundo then just gets slammed, no? Oh boy, have we fallen for the Mundo trap again? No one here deals with Mundo. No, I mean, what on earth do you pick here to deal with the Mundo? It's Mundo again. Yone probably eventually deals with Mundo, I think. Blade of the Ruin King builder gets the double stacks. Can trade out and okay. And Aatrox. So it'd be JJ running the Mundo jungle. And an Aatrox to manage into the Renekton. Also theoretically prevent a Renekton flex to allow an Aatrox in for someone on top Esports, which is theoretically good into the Mundo that, as we saw, it kind of eventually doesn't have the best time unless you really snowball the team fights. Aatrox, annoying for things like the Skarner and stuff as well. You just Victor and trade. Vladimir wouldn't be awful into Mundo, you know? Annoying into the Syndra. If they go Yone, they're full AD. They can't afford to do. Okay, it'll be Victor in a dream. Okay, top Esports may well still win because they're good. And they've got a composition that is fine, you know? You have a really, really good kite back comp. If you're in the river first, gravity field, Skarner, Milio to disengage. Really annoying to get through that space. Fun side lanes, good skirmishing. A lot working on that. Kind of want the level 6, particularly for the Skarner and stuff. But I look at EDG's comp and I just say, hey, this Mundo is going to be very, very difficult to manage. You've got a little bit of a split style of play, but it's good skirmishing in particular, with the Ziggs able to follow up on whatever play, whatever CC you land. You have also got that ability to just shotgun someone with Syndra ult, Ziggs ult, Camille ult, and blow up someone like the Lucian who can't get cleansed out of a Hextech ultimatum. That will be the play. That will be the idea. Whether that works or not is a different matter. And then the thing is, the extended fights, you have got yourself the Aatrox and the Mundo, who I don't think have a realistically good answer from JDG's, not JDG's, top Esports comp. Particularly that Mundo, I think, is very, very potent here. But we'll have to wait and see as we get onto the Rift for what could be our final game of the day. And to the Rift we go. We'll listen to those gyos and go on from there. Bit of a chunk bot side. Spicy! Gyos happening. The oil's being added in the 1v2, or the 2v2 rather. See 1v1 and 2v2 and got both wrong. Don't recommend that, chap. Well, that was spicy. How are we feeling about those runes? Halo Blades on the Camille, not that surprising. Airy for a bit more poke and a bit more shielding. Also fine. Not that much more to write home about that. Bit of a chunk here or there, but not too much more to write home about as it stands. Bit of damage here or there, but again, nothing really has gone completely awry. Not yet. Even Palkia a little bit down in the 2v2 for now. And again, that will be an issue for the Ziggs. You can end up with the Lucian shielded up, able to kind of get past your minefields, make things tricky. 2v2 was spicy indeed. Bulldog's doing a decent job with the cream. The Syndra just very oppressive in lane right now. Aatrox into an Renekton, much of a muchness. Do you dodge the Qs as Renekton with your E? Is often the name of the game. Otherwise, it is, as they're saying, quite bad. Some chunking happening there and there, but nothing too much more. Everyone kind of goes home at this point. Bulldog should be able to get out here. Bit of a stun. Leave gets a fair amount of damage from that piercing light. And the double tap, although flash away is good. Palkia now turn around. Ah, Jackie and Joe don't quite find what they're looking for. Really clutch flash from Leave. Gets him out to safety there. Just enough in the tank to stay safe. That was very, very close. I wonder heal wouldn't save him, I think, once Palkia got on top of him. The ignite was good. Leave managed to undo some of the early lane woes. The early 2v2, honestly, has been good from EDG. It's been later on that's got a bit pricey, as that's a good satchel back towards the rest of the squad. EDG won't be able to complete the kill on... Oh, we'll have a look at this play. They've got level 3. They see Leave somewhat alone. Thatch beyond the bomb, but does get satcheled. You're thinking, hey, this is a bit spicy, but he goes right. He flashes over the minefield. I think he's got the autos, but they don't get vision. Oh, the ward is just out, and Leave just about skips away from the double tap. I think those double taps with the PTA already on would have been a dead Ziggs. GG is now bot, and I think Jackie's just dead here, isn't he? Yeah, there's not a lot you get to do. The cleaver's in, flash on in. Got himself that Zapper rolling, and a bit of blunt force trauma will see Jackie Love dead for a second time in as many minutes. Now, repeat of game one. Top Esports early game into EDG hasn't been that great, but EDG been a good team in the early stage. It's been the mid game, the coordinated play that has haunted them pretty much the entire year, honestly. I hate to say it, but it is the truth. Flash in. Palkia gets out for now. Or Cream gets out for now, rather. Did have to flash. But again, EDG, good early moves. Strong early moves. Well, JJ will be able to bonk on these for a second or two. Be happy enough with that. Gravity field is down. I do love this skin, actually. I think Psyops Victor's got some really lovely effects. EDG, again, the early lead is there, but does it matter? Leave managed to get ahead of Jackie in game 1 as well, and just didn't have what it took in the mid-game. I think this is a really good Mundo angle, as we talked about. I think the Aatrox as well has a lot of value later on into things like the Skarner. You have still got to get your way through things like the gravity field, things like that Skarner ult, the disengage from Milio as well. Not the easiest, but I think Cream could be in a spot of bother here. I'll get that demolished proc, and well, the crystallized proc, and move on from there. Scatter is good from Bulldog. Oh, bit of an attempt onto Bulldog's life. We just flash out well. Not even close, baby. Some good damage down onto ZDZ, who will need to dash away. Umbral dash out, has the World Ender rolling as well, so Dominus for World Ender. And everyone will walk away, if not happy, then at least alive. Which is more than you can sometimes. Some damage onto ZDZ. Dragon. Are we thinking about this? We are. Okay. Good take on the dragon. JJ secures it. Tien comes through the wall. Palkia on the flank angle, though. Nice zone off on the Camille. Really good from top Esports. Palkia's flank is snapped in half. I like that a lot. Really good stuff. It wasn't cleanly done, but it is done. Dragon still picked up for EDG, worth noting from that play, so it wasn't entirely done smoothly. Tien to pick up these grubs nonetheless. CDZ and Zwian just looking at each other a little bit here. To be fair to Zwian, he is actually doing very well here into ZDZ, who picked this Aatrox into the Renekton and has not had the easiest time of it, even in just what is the 1v1 on the whole. JJ will eventually get scary. He's gone for the Heartsteel in the jungle rather than the Warmox. But again, you don't need the Warmox as much in the jungle because you can just escape to go heal off your camps in a way you don't necessarily need for the laning phase. Jack in duel around. Leave clearing out the way relatively safely. But again, this is the point in the game where EDG begin to crumble somewhat. Put it kindly, anyway. That's very dead-looking Jackie Love. Nice flash on in. Does get a bit of a heal with the Breath of Life, but he just doesn't have enough in the tank to stay up and rolling. JJ with the maximum dosage feels pretty good. Palkia just about out of range of that Ixtal's impact. Still getting hit by a lot of damage and will go down here. Jewel is donated the kill. Very funny, but they do at least get one back. Poor Jackie, 1-3-1. Did a decent job of trying to outplay that, but again, only so far you can go. And again, I think a trade of a kill onto Emilio versus onto the Ziggs is more valuable for the Ziggs in a fairly significant margin. So we aren't able to pick up a couple plays. Top side at least. Jewel actually has to be a bit careful here. Another mega bomb, or bouncing bomb rather, would see to the death of that Milio. Well, bit of chunking happening. ZDZ gets his top lane roll quest, as has top Esports. Bot lane turret falls. The Ziggs does the Ziggs things. Again, 3 deaths on the Lucian will do that. Not been a great early game from Jackie Love. A couple games in a row. EDG with a 70% work first turret win rate, though, says quite a lot. They are 0-5 in series. Zuian's got to be a bit careful here, actually. Dominance of his own, though. Managed to turn run. He's going to out-time this World Ender, and that's a problem. Flash to the Q3, flash out from Zuian. It's got the Rage Bar stacked. That was close. Cream's coming here as well, actually. Hang on. I think we're okay. Good damage down onto poor old Zuian, and ZDZ trading. Or rather, poor old ZDZ as Zuian and Cream turn up, rather. Let's phrase that correctly. Damage done. Can leave. Find the retreating Crocodile. No, he won't. It was a bit of a gamble, but he doesn't pay off this time. Valiant effort. Palkia gets out. Bulldog, though, now in danger as TN goes to look for the kill on the Syndra as a Skarner. Oh boy. Right then. How are we feeling about this mid game? EDG, 2 dragons. That's good. Slow down a little bit for them. They want to keep the snowballing going. They have got the Mundo again, which I think will be fairly clutch here. Herald going towards top Esports. The Skarner's also not in an awful position this game, it must be said. Still, the Lucian being behind puts your damage in a weird spot for top Esports. The Victor's not there yet. The Renekton's okay and is strong. But I do worry that I think they may end up being a little shy on damage until Cream kind of completes another item. Has at least got level 11 here. 5 seconds on ult. Oh, that's a lot of damage from the minefield. Yeah, has got the honey fruit at least. Chemtech fruit as well makes it a bit more potent. TN forced to run away. Gets out Wellin. Cream at the Blackfire and the Chainless Crushes. Darksteel in inventory. Pretty happy on that front. Couple Heartsteel procs for JJ, but not anything crazy meaningful as yet. Recalling on... No vision. Is he going to get interrupted? Doesn't look like it. It's out. Wondered for a second whether that might prove more dangerous, but it's no one face checking there. Joe's got the Ardent Center. go alongside the Essence Reaver from JackeyLove. We're going Flicker Blade second. Once you get those 2 items, maybe the Lucian will be a bit more threatening again. Like Cleaver first from Zuyan. Yeah, I can see that being okay here. 4 HP. A bit more ability haste as well. Got the Executioners calling into the Mundo and to the Aatrox. Again, I don't think you're going to have that many people able to build up too much anti-heal. The Victor probably can at some point. Pulling is decent. Can't quite satchel it. I think that was an attempted satchel cancel rather than a satchel onto the turret, just for the record. Harold's been started again, pulled off from JJ's here. I don't think you really got any real threat onto him. He's not that scary. Bulldog's in danger here, actually. He's going to have to flash. He's going to have to flash. Flash from Cream. Cypher power for the move speed. Last auto will get traded. But nice solo kill nonetheless. Bulldog gets one back. That's something. One more stack coming. JJ has to pop that maximum dosage. But now the Mundo will be a lot less threatening after that's down. Just time it out. Come back towards that Herald if you want. Minute and a half till Dragon will be soul point for EDG and Chemsol. For an Aatrox is terrifying. For a Mundo, it's game-breaking. Don't give him Chemsol. That would be truly awful. But I think the win of that ultimate will be enough to turn this into something more. Bulldog's going to turn up and get omboed by Cream. Flash to avoid the scatter. Siphon power. Last auto. But Bulldog still gets the ult off before Cream can retreat. I appreciate the solo kill nonetheless, though. And it will be a wave somewhat dropped. Zuyan. Ruthless Predator. Darkened Blade sliced under that Darkened Blade part 3. Leave has got a very significant gold lead here, and he's got the Shadow Flame into a comp. Doesn't really want to deal with the Luden's damage. Isn't going to build too much magic resist for the time being. I mean, Tien's got the Spectre Scowl. That's big. Queen's got the Merc Treads. That's big. Everyone else is pretty much one-shottable here. Again, eventually I'm expecting to see some more Merc Treads. Eventually I'm looking to see similar things for... I mean, I'm surprised Rian hasn't done it, honestly, but I know he's into the Aatrox of the matchup. I think it could have been risky otherwise. But hey, one of the early defenses into the Aatrox, and that's not a bad idea. It means I'll have to pick up a Hex Drinker or something a little later on, though. Cream. Hextech Ray comes on down. JackeyLove does survive for now. Powder Gear does not, though. That was way too far. What are we doing? I think we're really looking for JackeyLove, and they just didn't have the coordination again. There's a lot of times where EDG in general find themselves in fights they can't win. The Hextech Ray and the Chaos Storm not quite enough to kill Bulldog, but he's left at 5% HP. He'll be forced out of lane. The Zig's there with all the wave clear, though, makes this a bit interesting. Heartsteel procs traded, so we am behind. Got a Mega Blast going to get out to safety. Finds ZDZ on the other side. The Seismic Bastion propped. JackeyLove steps in, gets good damage onto JJ. Doesn't use the ult yet. Does this Mundo. Left low, but not down. Dragon up and available. Fighting over this blue buff. JJ would like to heal off that camp, and does. Bulldog threatening with a force of will. 2.5. Be a little bit afraid of the Syndra. It's getting to that point now. She can start draining Zuyan. Will force ZDZ off. The dominance rolling on this big old Renekton. Going to force Palkia in a difficult spot. JJ loses that smite fight for once as TM picks it up. The maximum dosage down. ZDZ isolated, goes all the way on. As Zuyan on the other side, the 1v4 nearly brings Bulldog with him. The 1-for-1 overall. But they do stop Soul Point. EDG will trade that out, though, for the mid lane turret. That was a spicy old run of form, wasn't it? Cream just about falls. The Mega Inferno Bomb plus some more. Turret shots flying makes this spicy. JJ tries to heal up with that grey health. Should just go down a hop away, and Jackie gets 2. Okay, you kill Cream. You've just given JackeyLove back the goal he needed to be in this game. Leave hops Tien out of his Ixtal's impact with the satchel. Have a look at this replay, because Zuyan does the Lord's work on this Renekton. Breath of Life from Jaw keeps him alive from dying from the Mega Inferno Bomb. ZDZ flashes in to try and get something to quite have the damage. Enchanted if in that sense. All the while Zuyan on the other side very nearly gets Bulldog with him. Can't quite. That's a couple summoners. That's basically all the major flashes down from EDG. Most of them up from top Esports. The Matty, you can see him on JackeyLove in particular, will be huge. Tien also not going to complain about it on a Skarner. Cream should be up shortly. Okay, GG just about surviving there. Takes a little bit of damage, but he's all right. Play around mid lane. We've got the dragon coming up again. All that gold that EDG had early has fallen away in this mid game. Does make you wonder, doesn't it? TN, kind of caught in this pit briefly, but how caught is he relative to the madness? Bit more damage. CDC gets Jackie. That's a bigger one. Palkia surviving on the other side. Good combo onto him, and now all the while ZDZ continues to roll. Rian in the front line, desperate to get out. Slice is still caught with those infernal chains. TN looking with that upheaval, but they get two. That is much better from EDG. AD carry down, top laner down, Baron up. This is their moment, I fear, to get some more damage done. CDZ survives. Good moment from them. They couldn't turn that into the Baron, though, and I think they needed to. Have a look at this replay again. For it is anything but clean. Oh, man, Jack got one tap there. Unfun time is what we call that. Pop goes the AD carry. Back to life. Dragon in 25 seconds. Sole point available for EDG. Dragon spawn, Tien for back to the pit. DDZ walks in, control wards that tri-brush, important. Tien forced out. I think tankier now is this Skarner. Got himself, I believe, the Canik Rookern. Damage is good here. Cream is okay. Not even close, baby. GG low, but he's in position to smite this one down again. Hard to beat Amundo. With the smite fight, with that ability to press the blunt force storm, but loses it anyway. GG, and the Prince of Thieves, not today. So we are just about to survive the damage, flashes out for the Mega Inferno Bomb, and the rest of the damage. And now EDG needs to try and go forwards, but struggling at this point. Again, losing that one. Tien gets it out, flashes in, looking for the Impel. Bulldog flashes out of it. Cozy Campfire keeps Tien up and running. Feels good to be back watching the LPL. Haven't heard been waking up so early recently, so it's been hard to catch. No worries on that one. BDG lose with this comp, they really have no hope. Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be challenging. I think that theoretically, it's a really clutch comp. I liked the Mundo angle, but the Aatrox was fine. It hasn't laned that well. They've lost a couple dragons in a row. Jackie's back. Considering Jackie was 1 and 3, to go up to 5 and 4 is very impressive stuff. Again, I hate to see the early laning phase get sorted, but I think that's Jackie and Joe being a newer duo as well. It's not helping. But again, leaving Palkia relatively new as well in terms of playing this year. Gonna try and burn out Churchill. He's got the Spirit Visage now. And Cream hasn't got a Leandry. He's not gone double burn. Do you think they're going to struggle to kill this Mundo? But glad to have you back, Kyro. Missed you. Been a bit of a slower game. I do think as EDG get later, this Mundo becomes more and more annoying. Bulldog nearly at those max stacks as well. He'll become increasingly threatening. 2,500 gold lead is good. I think, again, when you've got the Lucian, when you've got the Renekton, it's a mid-game spike you want. Don't know, really, whether top Esports have managed to most out of it here. As a team, they're good at this point. As a comp, a little less fun. Good bit of a scouting ultimate there from Leave to see whether anyone was on that Baron. Could have been a bit annoying. He can do that here with the Skarner. Victor and Lucian can burn through it well enough with the Renekton behind them as well. Okay, so we are fighting out with ZDZ. They've actually got multiple members here. I think this is looking like a very in trouble Aatrox. Bit of healing, just get over the wall, but goes down. Okay, nice pickup. What does that mean? What does it mean? Does it mean anything? Right now, new. Leave eats a lot of damage from the culling. Needed that shield. Bloody hell, son. Seraphs saves his life. Palkia now in danger. Has to get out as the Siphon Power comes on down. And Reem beginning to become a problem. He's been playing very well this split as well, hasn't he? And the damage is good as Jackie picks up Bulldog. That's a bit better. That's a bit better again. Bulldog, I don't know about that one, mate. Just a little bit too far. Kind of caught between two turrets. That tier 1 is still up, by the way. So we are going to try and push for this tier 2 in bot lane. Mega Inferno Bomb clears the wave out. Last auto. Turret shot is there. I don't think it's going to lead to all that much. How is EDG fumbling this? Their mid games are not good. They just aren't. It used to be around just objectives. I think, unfortunately, that is still true. But I also think they're just not great at knowing how many members will be at a given point. So when they think they are safe to be going for 1v1s or playing isolated, they just aren't. They aren't actually reading that very well at all right now, which is a problem. Good damage so far. 13 seconds on Cam Dragon. Here we go. Cream, rocket belting in for a bit of damage onto Bulldog. Gets himself a shield with the option, as that's actually ult from Bulldog as well to, what, 10% of Cream's HP bar? That's not good enough. All the while, look at Rian. He's shoving up in this tier 2. There's no answer. The Aatrox is going to be there now, but it's too little too late. That turret is gone. Cream eats a fair amount of damage there from the field. That's it. Hello, thanks for the raid, by the way, guys. Welcome in, Kenren. Buongiorno. I suppose in the afternoon now. Apologies, my Italian is failing me here. Hope you guys are having fun. Shout out to Kenren, please, if you don't mind, Amber. Kenren is a really lovely bloke. I've done a lot of ERL stuff with him over in the past. Also just the most fabulous beard in existence, I swear to God. Dragon started to be soul point by the team. My God, Palkia just about gets up, and now this smite fight gets a lot harder. JJ needs to try and stay in and win this smite fight. Does, but he's now in a dangerous position. Flashes out all the while. Look at Sweat on the flank. Brings down Bulldog. Leave TP's up and leave ZDZ out to the wolves, or I suppose the crocodiles. There's a breath of life. ZDZ has no more breaths to give. lose your 2 solo laners and your flash on your Mundo, I think this Baron is gone. Shoved through mid, the Mega Inferno Bomb is there. They might just try and burn onto JJ, who's got no way to survive anymore. You can overload the Mundo with CC. And without that maximum dosage, he's just out of painkillers. The AoE is a little bit too much for him to bear. Well, it's cooked. Yeah, Mushi, it kind of is. So Palkia was on the flank. He got spotted by a Scryer's Bloom. He's got the passcode! Oh, Palkia! Oh. That's not great. It's a really good TP angle from Zuian, who comes in well. Fred's Bulldog, not a lot that he can do after Palkia's off on the flank as well. And then basically the TP out means that ZDZ is dead to rights. They get JJ after that Baron. And suddenly I think this game is looking pretty much done. We've said this before, Omni. And look, teams like Los Ratones managed it as well, but they had very clutch late game. I think the problem with ERL teams, they're often not as good. They often don't have the same consistent threat either in lane or in late game. They're just not often as well-rounded as teams. So I think it's one of those ones where, yes, if there was a team that LFL teams could beat, EDG would be up among them. But I think you've still got to remember people like Deirdre, Leave, ZDZ, even Bulldog to an extent, are actually quite potent laners relative to the average pro player. Now, is that relative to the LPL? Probably not. Is that relative to LFL? It certainly will be. That's not to say they can't be beaten, because again, we've seen the flaws in this team. But I think it will be a lot. It wouldn't be the blowout I think a lot of people assume it would be. And we saw what happened when the EMEA Masters teams came up into EMEA Masters, not EMEA Masters, LEC, right? Eventually, teams like Los Ratones got more dangerous, but KTB struggled quite a lot. And even Los Ratones kind of got away with it rather than had to. Ooh, Jackie. Bloody hell, nearly. I see the thought process. Zuian gets away. 2-level advantage in top. And considering Jackie was 1 and 3, he's in a great spot now, isn't he? This game, Leave is not minted. He's actually played a pretty good thing. Not on Leave. Bulldog's had a poor one. And it's macro problems. KCB was a downgrade on their era, so not really a comparison. No, that's a fair point. That is a fair point. There were some big shifts in players. And it's one of the major issues about having the call up to LEC as a roster being from summer split to next year winter. Because actually a lot of ERL players get picked up for LEC teams. You're only in for a split. All those kinds of things. You're absolutely right. Realistically, you'd want it between spring and summer. But then you'd have the possibility of an ERL team go to Worlds, which would be kind of cool. But I think if you wanted it for like the team and the players for the ERL team to show their best, it would have to be between spring and summer. JJ is going to just about survive. But again, the Mundo, the moment he burns his ultimate and Top East will just back away, he has so much less threat. TN steps forward, gets a fair amount of damage, the ult and the flash away. JJ just about survives, but again, the flash, the ult from multiple members. And EDG just can't go forwards. They need Palkia to go in, but anytime he will go in, he will die. Nia wasn't great, true. Angel wasn't fantastic either. In fairness, split 1 on LNG, Bulldog was playing quite well. It was just the issue of the champion pool. I think the move over to EDG hasn't been particularly successful, it must be said. Because when it goes wrong, this player just doesn't have an impact, does he? Relative to Nirvana, it probably is Bulldog. Bulldog was a strong laner. Is a good mage player. Again, we saw earlier in the year it was fairly solid play. It was the best of 5 where he ran out of champions that became problematic. And then the streak kind of died a bit. That's a killer for the Zuian, but he picked up Bulldog with him. ZDC is TP'd in. Needs to try and find his way out. Does manage to get over the wall, but there's still the far side alteration. Allows the double up to come on in. And in goes TN as well with the Ixtal's impact. Looking to get some seismic advantage to flash away from that suppression. The Impale just about short. As Jackie goes looking for a little more, can't quite find it. Back to Dragon we look. JJ is alive, but no flash. Ult and 3. They'll want to keep him out, but Mundo notoriously goes where he pleases. That'll be soul point. It's a long game, isn't it, still? 37 minutes. One bad fight. They can also get turned around. Zuian on the flank. Runs at them all. Managed to get a fair amount of damage down before the Hextech ultimatum comes in. And even with 4 members around, he still takes Bulldog with him, which is just horrifying, isn't it? A little bit of assist from Cream. The TP from ZDZ ends up sucking. He's just a little bit too late, really. Yeah, and Renekton being this ahead with Chem Dragons can be pretty scary, it must be said. Jackie. Whoa! Went looking for Palkia, won't quite find him. Had a feeling he might be in there. Baron, 30 seconds. Face broken in multiple places. EDG, I think they have one final roll of the dice, and it is heavily weighted against them. And once they make that roll of the dice, if they don't succeed, it's over. If they succeed, they have to do it another 3-4 times. No easy feats. Mundo, 4 items, level 17. You know, we thought that might be the thing. We got to the point where we're getting bloody Huya ads again. Not like this. There's a fight happening. Huya, no! You're haunting me, Huya. Bad timing. Everyone else survives. Go again, though. The tabbing out caused it to stutter briefly as well. It's very annoying. Wait. Jump on a Deirdre, trying to get that maximum dosage. Survives for now. Jackie, of course, out the Hextech all the way to the Impale is there! Drags them off the Lucian's head. ZDZ still looks to get involved with the Infernal Chains. Can't find it with the Dark Blade, but 3 as the Hextech ultimatum is useless. The Arcane Storm comes on down. A big old hole for Meek and a Ruthless Predator to get some more. Cream TPs in. JJ alone. Mundo goes where he pleases. Only for so long. A kick to the face courtesy of a fireball. And the game is over. It takes them nearly 40 minutes. But Top Esports grind out the win as EDG just looked like they ran out of cards. The mid-game macro is left wanting once more. Top Esports, their mid-game continues to be deadly indeed. Tien, great showing on the Skarner. Cream, also strong series from him. Even the likes of Jackie Love and Jaw have poor laning phases, I think it's fair to say. Multiple solo kills, multiple times now. Saw Jackie start 0-2, 1-3. Good recoveries in the mid-game regardless, and that's a quality all of its own. It will be Top Esports making it, on the whole, a convincing win. It was expected to be, but still, job done. Hello, folks. Welcome back to the stream. I'm Initialise. Alex has taken the day off. Thanks for coming and hanging around. Welcome again to the Raiders. If you have just joined us for the first time, please do make sure to hit that follow button. And we are trying to push towards Partner Plus Level 1. We're about 10 subscriptions off. I know there's a load of Raiders coming on in. You go, you know what? I can spare a $5 a month. I'd like to subscribe to some other people doing some cool LPL action. It'd be much appreciated to those who do. It can't be gift subs. It cannot be Prime subs. Has to be good old regular subscription. We'll listen in to this one. But again, just a quick thought.
感觉我们现在就中期运营的比较好吧。
那今天是什么版本？什么人格的小奶油呢？
也是比较正常的，
比较正常，但是也很 carry 啊。第一局能够看出来就是一个完全的肌肉局嘛，在下半区稍稍的有一些落后的情况下，你们是每一波都能够找到那个就是对面最肥的 EZ 的一个位置的，怎么去抓那些机会的呢？
主要是我们沟通呢，就是打团要这么去做吧，就配合位进场就很好赢。
哎，但大家都知道，英雄联盟是一个回合制的游戏，但这一场第一局的时候，你们好像每次都能双线程作战，就比如说上下都产生了一个击杀，可能队内是如何去沟通的呢？什么情况下才能这样做？
这种应该是就对线处理的比较好吧，然后有更多的容错去做这种事。
可能就是在线上就已经积累了比较大的一个优势了。那第二局的话，你也是在中路选出了维克托嘛？其实我们现在说有一丢丢的版本陷阱，因为他在第3赛段的一个胜率是一度只有10%左右的，但今天你在上路还完成了一个单杀，所以你怎么评价这个英雄呢？
这英雄就感觉前面比较弱吧，这版本还是前面比较需要去打架嘛。然后上路那波就是失误了 ，W 没放好，有点急了那波。
就是反正是互相的一个击杀啊。那其实刚刚也说到了嘛，维克托这个英雄需要去发育一下，稍微的发育，然后包括对面的阵容其实也是一个比较偏发育的一个阵容嘛，大家都觉得到后期都有的打，所以一直都是紧咬不放的。最后包括小龙那边的团战，包括大龙那边的团战，你们是如何去沟通和拉扯的呢？
第二把就是他们阵容是打到后面输出点是比较单一的嘛。然后我们打到后面就保好卢锡安，我们阵容是很难输的。
针对性还是非常强的。之前有一个采访，你有说到，可能给你留下最深刻印象的是在 LPL 的一场男刀嘛，所以还是很爱他吗？就是刺客之魂觉醒了吗？有机会再看到吗？
现在应该没什么机会吧？
因为现在这个版本还是太弱了。但是我们都知道小奶油的刺客英雄，各种法刺啊、物理刺都玩得特别的好。但是现在也打了很长的一段时间了，练了非常多英雄之后，会再选3个你最喜欢的英雄是什么呢？
洛克、艾克、阿卡丽吧。
还是刺客英雄啊！不愧是你。那对于之后的比赛有什么希望的吗？可以希望队伍在哪些方面做得更好一些？
希望我们前面做得更好点吧。现在感觉我们前面容易出事比较。
好，那也期待滔博后续更加精彩的表现。来感谢 Cream 来到我们赛后采访的环节，让我们把时间交还给解说席。
There you have it, folks. We'll wait for MVP. We'll call it there, I think. I've got Marble Rivals on this evening, which should be a really cool time. Good shift from top Esports there. That damage from Jackie, despite being 1 and 3, is rather impressive, isn't it? Thanks again for everyone who's come and hang out. If you've not hit that follow button, do so. There's a Ko-fi link as well. Please make sure to use it. Use it, so to speak. Oh, EDG, what's going on, guys? What's going on? It just doesn't look very good, does it? Good damage in there as we're seeing all these highlights. It'll be Tien as the player of the game. I think that's fair. He was pretty good on the Skarner. I might have been tempted to give it to Cream, honestly, but hey, here we are. So be it. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Oh, yes. Tien is the MVP. What a surprise. It's not, guys. He was excellent today. All right, folks, I'm not going to lie. I think it is time for myself to say goodbye. I've got stuff on this evening. I'll be doing some more Marvel Rivals casting, which should be a great time for those of you who enjoy that. The first two series on tonight, so about 7 p.m.-ish UK time. Should be a fantastic time for those of you who are Marvel Rivals enjoyers as well. We have officially got a name. We are the Rivals Engage League, the official Tier 2 league for EMEA, which is pretty awesome. Thanks for everyone for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow at the regular time. Don't know whether it'll be me streaming or Alex, but either way, be here and don't go anywhere. Let's see if I have the power to raid anyone. I'm not sure I do, but we'll have a look. I might still do. Mod view. I think I probably do, actually. I do. Let's see who's on. Oh, what are we doing? Who's on? Who can follow? Jamada's on. I'll send you over to Jamada. Tell Jamada we say hey. Until then, guys, have a wonderful rest of your days. You